Hello there. This is stream number 305. I'm just starting up the stream right now. I have beginnings of a plan, but I haven't really finished working it out, so I'll do that on stream, maybe with some viewer help. And make sure I remember to do all the things today for starting up my stream. Starting a timer. Let's see, what else do I need to do? I need to be watching the queue. Where are you, queue? There you are. Hide this window. Okay, many things I'd have to do to set up the stream the way I like it. Maybe one of these days I'll get a little bit better organized and have like a better checklist and maybe some auto hotkey stuff to help me out. So I want to make a link to my plan for today. Let me do this. And go here. Hey there, Nui. How are you doing today? I guess for you it's good evening. For me it's good morning. It's a Friday. It's Friday, the January the 10th, 2020. Still can't believe it's 2020. Link to this page. Okay. Tiny URL. Paste. Make tiny. Copy to clipboard. Close that. Open a new one. Paste. Hey, Manir Play. How are you doing? Look at that. You can use my emotes. Something might have happened in the middle of the night last night. Hint, hint. Code has been released? Which code? Okay, that link worked, so I'm going to put it into the plan for the thing here. And then... Oh, that's actually the name? VVV is a game? Yeah, thank you very much for the subscription, Manir Play. I didn't want to go outright and say it until you said something, because a lot of people I know are kind of shy and they want to subscribe and stuff like that or follow, but they don't want to be shouted out, so they'll do it like during the off times. So I was playing it safe. I was going to wait until you said something. Let's see. Yeah, thank you very much for the support. I'm still trying to multitask here. I do several things when I start up the stream, and I always forget something. So I'm writing into the Discord now what my plan is for today. Today, I'm going to continue working on improving the tools I use to build my game's content, and that we paste that. So I find myself following into this pattern of doing the same thing for 3 or 4 days and then switching. And I don't know if that's because I get tired of something after 3 or 4 days, or that's just the amount of time usually it takes for the sizes of tasks I'm picking. Either way, though, judging on recent history, this might be the last day that I work on world-building tools for a while. So I don't know if that means I should be focusing on the things I really could use and just do those and get them out of the way, or maybe it's just okay to move on to something else, or maybe this continues on next week. I don't know. Okay, that's done. Oh, you don't care? Okay, that's good. So I don't know how to say uses C++ was converted from Flash and their code is rather bad. Well, their name is kind of bad too, but just my opinion. Hey there, Radon90. Hi. Refactor everything. Yes, that's not a bad thing to say. Open source, huh? Interesting. I'd never heard of this. Things I never hear that sound interesting, I like to put in my notes. And I'll give you a point for, I guess, sharing that link to something that might be interesting. All right. Let me see. What am I doing what am I not doing? I have the timer going. I started the stream helper. I have the reward queue up. I have the plan. Oh, the plan. Okay. So, world building tools day number 3, right? So there was a bug I noticed yesterday. I want to get that out of the way. I thought about how directional tiles are really clumsy to edit in the game right now. I want to fix that. setting the paint depth is sort of clumsy too, so I wanted to at least add a mouse wheel method of changing that. And actually, now that I think about it, maybe I could use the mouse wheel in more than one place. I'll have to look into. I'll have to think about that. Anyway, I don't have a way of seeing where monster spawners are right now, so I should actually say monster here. Monster spawners are in the world, but I thought of a quick way to do that. And then this was ideas from yesterday, other things that I might want to have. So this I kind of really want to do. And I want to extend it to not just items, but basically any kind of entity that's more complicated than a background tile. I would like to have the idea of a template. That way I can build up a template for something and then like paste it in a few places. So one example might be a door in a wall. So that's really, it's really two tiles, isn't it? The wall and then the door in the wall. And the door would have special properties like it would hook into one or more game systems to allow players or other things to open and close the door. So the alternative to having a template is I do one door in the game, and then I clone the door wherever I need it. So I could do that too. It's just the item template might be interesting because then I can build up exactly what I want and then place it into the world with one click. That might be also not just for items but NPCs as well. I might have a certain kind of NPC like a guard, and I might want to make an instance of them in one town and then quickly make instances in another town without having to do elaborate cloning of guards. So maybe this is like more of entity templates. Entity templates. And that would include this, right? So that would fold into that. Actually, that's what it is. Entity templates. Actually, let me undo this and say that this is entity templates. So items, NPCs with or without dialogues, teleporters. So those are examples of including. There we go. That's what I'm going to say. Nobody's going to talk about how to exit Vim. Is that like is that a humor thing? Different ways to exit Vim? Alt F4. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Kill -9. Oh, that's funny. I like it. All right, you get a point in your play. I love it. You have 3 points now. Yay. Kill all -9 Vim. Oh, it goes on and on. How many ways are there to kill Vim? Nice. Experience product manager way, create a Jira issue, set the priority to A, critical, right? Given within acceptance criteria, blah 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 blah. I can see it now. Jira issue, close Vim on my computer, and then you have to have an acceptance test. We have to prioritize. Yeah, exactly. Retrospective. How was the Vim window closed? If no, I guess we have to put it on to the next sprint. SEO manager way. How to exit Vim. Vim exit help. Exit him. How to exit Vim. All right. Thank you for that. That brightened my day a bit. Try exiting Emacs. Whoa. Wasn't it like Control C, Control X? I know everything in Vim was a control something, and so I like almost mangled my hand just constantly using those key modifiers for everything. Control, oh, is it E? I thought it was CX. I guess it could be rebound. That's the other problem, right? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, the fact that you had to do not just one control key, but like a sequence for a lot of things, like, got to me. All right, I think I'm done setting up the stream, right? I have a link. Oh, and I didn't have to do the today command. So the today command from yesterday was that edit com today. Everything's the same except for the link. The link is this link. There. Today. New link. Okay. I'm always forgetting something. I really should have a checklist. Why don't I have a checklist? I don't know. I'm disorganized? Maybe? Could be. Alright. The overlay's working. Okay, finally done setting the stream. So the first thing I want to work on, I think, is fixing this bug. So describing it in the current task would be fixing a bug in my games, or in, let's just remove excess words. Fix component editor stringify bug. There we go. I will demonstrate the component editor stringify bug. Hey there, Cthulhu. It's nice that you're here. In the past, I felt bad that your work schedule didn't allow you to watch the stream, but now you're here. Yay! Okay, so the component editor stringify bug. Let's say I'm looking at this tree, right? And I'm like, oh, that's a nice tree. Let me elaborate on its tile. So I'm going to edit that tile, and I don't know, maybe add like a name. Nice tree, right? Add. And then, how come it didn't like that? Oh, because it has to be a string. And then submit, right? Look what it did. It corrupted my nice tree by stringifying it too many times. And the only way to fix this right now would be to go in here and remove all of these extra stringify artifacts, right? All the backslashes, the extra quote, double quotes, and then hit update. And now I have nice tree up there, right? So I believe the problem is in the Redux part of the of this. When we hit submit, the Redux action that we're doing to actually change the component, but it could be in the React component too. So to begin with, I'm going to go to this edit button, and this is in the entities panel. So entities panel will have an edit button, right? Edit. Let's just find it. On edit tile is probably the prop that we use. That's select. Oh, here it is. If it's an object and not an array, then we can edit it by doing on edit component. All right, on edit component is the thing. So it dispatches a show modal component editor. Okay, so it's not in the React part. It could be in the actual modal, or it could be in the... Actually, it would be in the modal, wouldn't it? This, the only thing it tells us is the type, so it must be using the selected entity. Let's find that. There's where we dispatch it. TGIF, that's true, it's Friday. It will be Sunday soon for my European friends, but right now it's still Friday. Okay, there is the action. This middleware is clearing stuff when we show it, because there's not much here other than going into the modal. So I guess the next step would be to go and find this modal. This modal is component editor modal, which is here. Nice. Let's see what the component editor modal does. Probably on submit, right? So there's an on submit. It calls on update. It takes the keys and it's reducing, right? It's building an object which parses the individual values in the and puts them into the object. Right, so they're coming as strings. They come out as objects. So we have an assembled object here, and we call on update. So what's on update do? On update calls change an update component, and ooh, is that the problem? Why is there a stringify there? I don't think that that belongs there. That's probably the bug. I don't know why there's a stringify. Probably copy pasted from somewhere else, right? So I'm thinking that that's the bug. Friday, I'm guessing you meant 9 p.m., not 19 p.m. Or do you mean 1900 hours? So that would be 7 p.m. Ah, that's what you meant. 1900 hours. So it's in the evening, 7 p.m. For years and years, I've been trying to train myself to think of time using the 24-hour, or otherwise known as the military time. And the closest I've gotten is, because I need to always communicate with people who like the 12-hour cycles, AM, PM, I take the number, and if it's greater than 12, I subtract 2 and add and make it PM. So 1300 hours is 1 PM. 1400 hours, 2 PM. And then in my head, for some common times like 1800 or 20, or 20, how do you say it? 2000 hours? It's just I have a translation to, oh, that's 6 or 8 p.m. You just say 19 o'clock? Interesting. So in the US, if you said, if you spoke in either what they call military time or 24-hour clock, you would say 1900 hours. Otherwise, you translate it to 7 p.m. or 7 o'clock p.m. So yeah. I prefer the 24-hour clock, but I think that's because I'm a programmer. And the concept of adding an extra thing, AM or PM, to something that didn't need it is sort of weird to me. It always has been. 1915? Yeah. But if it's at the top of the hour, we don't say o'clock unless it's AM or PM. We would say like 1900 hours. Which, when you think about it, is kind of funny because why would you say 100 and then say hours? Wouldn't it be 1900 minutes? And then don't you have a problem because it's not 100 minutes in an hour, it's 60. I don't know. It's all messed up. Yeah, anyway, you're thinking UTC because of all those databases? Yeah, the same thing, same here. I have enabled in my Windows showing UTC time because I've always been on the fence of maybe I just start thinking of time in UTC all the time and get used to using that for everything. Problem is, again, interacting with other people. So when I talk to my wife, I can't use UTC. She prefers Pacific Standard Time or whatever, right? But when I'm using computers, yeah, it's all UTC time all the way, unless, yeah, I have a convenient conversion. So, for example, on the logins here, the last login, that's doing a local time conversion for me. I guess I don't need it to, but it was just so convenient. In Germany, say something like 19 hours. Oh, is like a clock. So that could be hours, 19 hours, 16. O'clock is an abbreviation of by the clock, right? As in, like, if you were to look at the clock, the big hand is, or the little hand is pointing to 19, if it was a 24-hour clock. Otherwise, it would be pointed to 7. Okay, anyway, this bug, let me see if I fixed it. So it's reloaded. Let me pick a sacrificial tile. Let's actually paint a new one, just in case I mess it up. And then click a tile here. Because I don't want to mess up the nice tree this time. So let's edit and add tile. The rock. Add, submit. That's interesting. It updated it, but it didn't print the title there. Oh, because it's not tile, it's name. So I have to put name. Remove that. Add that one, remove that one, submit. There we go, the rock. Okay, so it's fixed. Let me check this in. I don't even think I have added this to GitHub, so it's just going to be something we fixed. Because I noticed it yesterday, I'm just fixing it now. So fix bug in component editor modal where the component detail is stringified, JSON stringified, before dispatching the change and update component action. The detail should not be stringified at this point. Okay, so the title for this would be fix broken component editor modal submit. Sounds good to me. All right, moving on. Classic fix. Why is this here? I think I know why it was there. That was there, I believe, because this was previously dispatched from a different place, and I divided up the work differently, and so now the stringify is done later. I bet if I followed through this, I would find it. Let's do that, just to see if I'm right. Yeah, so here it is. Here's the actual where we need to stringify it, because I believe change component is just sending something to the game directly, right? Change component, on change component. Where are you? On change, where are you? Hold on. I don't see it. Is it here? Yes. Yes, because change component is really just, I should be calling it stage component change, because it's taking the change you want and setting it up as the new component field of one of the components of the entities. This should be actually new component detail or new detail or something. And then it's not until you do update component where it sends it to the server. But until you, while you're still storing it in Redux, it needs to be a string, because we use that new component to actually show the strings in these boxes. So that's why it's stringified to show you this string here. But when it's sent to the game, it should be then parsing it back. So that would be update component, right? If I were to search for that and look in the middleware right here, it's probably doing a JSON parse. Oh, it's not. Is that because it's probably doing a JSON parse on the reducer first? Yep, here it is. It's doing the JSON parse on the reducer. It's because there's fundamentally two different ways to edit this component. You could be editing it as a string, or you could be editing in this modal. And so I chose the string to be the form that it sits in for the update to happen. And so that's why we have to do a parse. I mean, we have to do a stringify in order to match this parse to finally send it back out to the game right here where we're, oh, actually, it's stored into Redux, and then a side effect takes it and posts it right here. Send to the game, ECS action, modify component, and here it's already been parsed back to a real JSON object. That's why. All right, so I've convinced myself that's the correct thing to do. This is always good. It's called justification. It means fixing your crooked ways. Or, more appropriately, it's giving you the illusion of fixing your crooked ways. Okay, anyway, we're done with that. Adding a direction to tile select modal. So this, let's say we wanted this tree here to only be visible from one side. Like it's a magic tree, right? Maybe you can only see it if you're standing to the right and below it, right? So the way I do this now is I have to hack into the tile and say double quote dir double quote colon 8 would be, you can only see it from the below and to the right. And visually it paints a little arrow pointing down and to the right whenever that dir is there. If I set it to 1 instead, now it's pointing up and left. If I set it to 4, it'll be pointing down and left. If I set it to 4 plus 1, which is 5, it's to the left. So it's a bit mask where the 4 quadrants or 4 corners of the tile are each a bit. So 1, 2, 4, 8. So 4 plus 8 is 12. That would be pointing south. You can see the thing, right? So I hate the fact that I have to know the bit masks, that I have to go into this tiny box to set the direction. I think it would be convenient if in the select thing, in addition to saying that it's a tree, maybe there's like a direction picker, and I can just click on different quadrants that I care about, or just pick a direction, you know, and form the bit mask and actually have it inserted directly into the tile. That would be cool. Hey, will the engine be open sourced? Probably not, unless it's not commercially successful, and then I'll probably just give up and open source it. So right now, not open source yet. But the pieces that go into the engine, some of them are open source. Like on an earlier stream today, I was watching, they were doing this Raft. They're talking about Raft. I implemented that. That's a server cluster consensus algorithm, and I implemented that. My implementation is open source. So that stuff is in my GitHub. So if you look at my GitHub, there are pieces of my engine up there that are open source, and those pieces are all the reusable things that have nothing to do with the future commercial success of my game. So they're like the components you might want to have in other things, like excuse me, hold on a sec, like the JSON classes in C++ to parse and stringify JSON in my engine, or the hash functions that I implemented. So like the password hashing, or the secure hashing, or the one-time password stuff is all open source. So there are bits and pieces of the engine open source, but the main server is not. Not yet, at least. Yeah, if you're talking about just the drawing part, I did not write that from scratch. That's Phaser. So you go to phaser.io, which I did yesterday to look at their documentation. And all we're really seeing here are a combination of sprites and some text and what do you call it? Graphics objects like this, like that tooltip next to my cursor is a graphic object composed from some line drawings and some text. And so are all the labels. Those are texts. But everything else is a sprite. So the amount of phaser stuff I'm using is pretty low. It's pretty basic. I'm also using some of the sound stuff, but not that much. So let me wave to some people who are now watching. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. I saw you were streaming earlier, and I believe Adam was hosting you, so you probably got a lot of views there. Good job. And then Defi, and then that noob is also here. Hi. And Resubaka is here. Hi. Good morning, good evening, good the middle of the night, wherever you are. It's different for everybody. Okay, so I think we can get rid of the rock. We don't need the rock anymore. Bye, rock. And I'm going to focus on being able to... Actually, you know what? In addition to the direction, it would be nice if I could set the nameplate here too. So let's add that to it as well. While we're doing the direction, let's do the nameplate as well. So add direction and name to tile select modal. Because that modal is really intended, this modal right here is intended to edit everything in this tile component. So that should include the name if there is one. Right? I think it should. There's one other place where we're using that right now, right? Which is in the avatar select tile. And we could throw the label in there too, and then I don't need to have the label out here. It could just be part of this select. The avatar is not directional though, so I need to be careful. Like I could add directional stuff to this modal, but it would not apply to this tile, would it? Actually, I guess technically it could, because I could edit and change and set the direction of the avatar tile. It would be kind of weird, but I could do it. I could say direction 5. And look, now I can only be seen by players if they're to the left of me. Okay, so maybe it does make sense. So let me update the current task to say this. That, but a little bit more appropriate to someone who is just joining the stream and has no idea what I'm doing. So I guess I could just explain what tile modal is. So what are we calling this? Part of world editor. There we go. And if someone really wants to know, they ask me what the world editor is, and I would say, well, it's when we're in admin mode, we can go paint the world like that. There's now water encompassing this area. Or I can say, well, no, let there not be water anymore, and foop, it's gone. Okay, so this it's all in this tile. No, it's not all in this. This has to have the React side of it. But we also need to pass along some Redux stuff, right? So let's do the React part first, I guess. That is tile select modal. All right, here's the React stuff. It gets a tile ID, a tile set ID. So in addition to that, we'll need to have a name, right? So name, and then we'll also need a direction. And we'll be explicit about it being a mask. And then we'll have to connect that into Redux somewhere, and I'll worry about that later. So direction, we'll say that will be in state session, or state modal, actually, state modal direction. I told it to be mask. I wanted it to be mask, right? So the modal reducer will hold the initial values of direction mask and name. Name state modal name. And this is not an alphabetically sorted correctly, is it? N comes before O. Alright. Sometimes I get my alphabet wrong. I forgot to plug in my phone. We wouldn't want me to run out of phone battery, would we? Okay. It's easy to add this now, so I'm going to go and do it. I'm going to go to the modal reducer, and I'm going to add that to the shape here. If you guys have any questions about any of this, let me know. Right now, I'm just kind of going, I'm just describing what I'm doing, but not giving a whole lot of background. Some people have seen some of this before. They don't need the background. Maybe some people are new and they're a little bit timid. I'll describe a little bit more as I go here because I kind of like this stuff. So this is what's called a reducer. We use it in Redux, which is a library for JavaScript applications. And it's where I've chosen to put all the state of the application. So any variables that need to be shared across different aspects of the user interface. So one of those variables would be what is the name we should show in the new box we're going to be adding under the tile select. So if I select this nice tree and I do select that tile, the fact that it picked the tree and under the tile set decorations is because we have a tile set and a tile set ID in our reducer that we set the moment I click this button. When I click this button, it pulled out this tile set number and this ID and sent an action to update the state in here. And then that we're able to pull back out right here in order to have the initial selection in the modal. And what I call a modal is really just, some people call it a dialog box. It's anything that when it pops up, it grays the background and it forces you to interact with that. I call that a modal. As opposed to, some people call it a dialogue. I have reserved the word dialogue in my game to mean when you're talking to an NPC in the game, that's a dialogue. So this is like my dialogue editor where you can talk to an NPC and say, what's your name? I'm Bob the guard, etc., etc. So, yes. Hey there, Spheres. How are you doing? In this scene, you're seeing Raimu do some polyglot language magic. Shh, don't scare him. Exactly. All right, oh, how did I edit a George? Oh, because we were looking at George's dialogue. That's what happened. Yeah. Okay, nice tree. So I want to see the name pop up here. We've stored the state for it in the modal reducer right there. So we can pull it out here. So what actually implements this box is a React component called tile select modal. It is a composition of two things. It is a function, so it's a kind of React component that's functional, and the arguments to such a thing are called the props or properties, and they can come from two different places because traditionally in React you can get props passed to you when you like these things are props. Like for this option thing, the key and the value are the props for that option. So where we see tile select modal, there could be props. That's one way. And then when you hook it into Redux using this React Redux Connect thing, you can get extra props inserted that come from either the state of Redux, so your global variable, so to speak, or you can also make props that are really functions that if you call them, they dispatch actions back into Redux. Actions that get dispatched are the way in Redux to make changes to your application state. An action is a structure, a plain old data structure that describes what you want to do, and dispatching it causes the machinery to run in Redux to route your action to any reducers, any enhancers, anything connected into Redux that would do things. So you can think of these as actions, and these are state. And Redux and both React and Redux are generally working with data immutably, which means that you don't change variables. You get what the variable is, and if you want to change it, you would dispatch an action to go change it. You wouldn't directly set this variable, and you won't see me do that anywhere. That allows the React component itself to be a pure function. It doesn't actually have any requirement to change any of its props directly. It's really just rendering some HTML given some props. There are a few caveats to that. You can use what are called hooks to do things like this, where I have like local variables, and that's just a way you can kind of stash inside of React somewhere. Hey, I want to hold on to this value. Tell me what that value is here, and if I want to change it, I'll call this function. And then React says, sure, we'll pretend that you don't have any state, and I'll handle the state for you. That's in a nutshell what a React hook, a state hook is. But other than the weirdness with these hooks, this whole thing is really just a pure function that's turning these props into HTML. And our HTML looks like this. It's really a form with a title and then a div that has labels and select boxes, and that's what paints this thing. So this being a little bit complicated, so I have put that into another component called tile from tileset. So this is another React component. These are the two props we're giving it, and that draws these things. And you can imagine that's not enough information to know how to draw a tree. So things like the graphics for the tree, they're stored somewhere else in Redux. So, which is one reason I like having both Redux and React in the same app, is we can fairly well separate. These are the variables that are going to be different for every tile here. And then everything that's the same, like the images we pull from to make these tiles, they're all in one global place in Redux. Kind of nice, clean separation. And that's my overly long explanation. Let me get to work on this thing. So we added a direction mask and a name. Let's just display it for starters. So where do I want to put the name? Maybe at the top, because it seems like it should go there. So then we would have another label. This time it's not for tile set, it's for name, and we would have name, and then we'll have, I guess, an input box, right? And that ID is name to match the label, and the value will be name. And let's just leave it at that for now. And then this will reload, and there won't be anything in the box, but we can play with it. Let's see. So there's a name, and there's nothing in it. So to get the name to fill in there, we have to populate this name in the modal. So I'll need to include that in the action that happens when you click this select button. So that's back in entities panel, right? I'm doing well, Spherus. I hope you're doing well too. Spherus is another streamer here on Twitch. If you're interested in what she's streaming these days, it's usually working on her game in Unity, and I always forget the exact genre, but you'll see a lot of Unity game dev there, a lot Blender modeling and asset work, like a lot of artwork, stuff I can't do. So it's always interesting for me to watch streams where people are doing things I don't know how to do, because I feel if I watch long enough, maybe through the process of osmosis, or maybe just they say insightful things, that I'll pick up either the motivation or the direct knowledge of something I don't know. The motivation to learn that, I should say. So I encourage you to watch Spherus' stream if you're interested or would like to know more about like making 3D models, artwork for games, doing Unity development, Unity game dev. There are a few other people on Twitch that are doing Unity game dev or other kinds of game dev, and I will shout them out as I see them in chat or think of them. All right. I was looking for that select button, right? There's too many things that have select in the name. That's not remove. Go to, here it is, select, edit tile. So edit tile, where are you? Here it is. So we are going to be showing the tile select, and before that we've set up what to do when that modal is finished. So I'll come back to this. So let me put a bookmark here. What I really care about right now is to include the name in this action, right? Component.name. And while we're here, I might as well include the direction too, right? Direction comes from component.dir. And that was mask, right? I want to be consistent in the names. Oh yeah, Lana Lux. Yeah, Lana Lux is also in the same team I'm on. So that is livecoders.dev. If you're interested in Twitch streams of people showing live programming and software development and maybe some game dev too, and especially those who are like interested in teaching others, explaining things, being enthusiastic about that, the livecoders.dev is a pretty cool resource, because there's always at least like 5 or 6 people in the team streaming, and you kind of get a variety of different languages and different tasks and stuff. And so Lana Lux is one of those. She's really good in again 3D modeling and game dev, and she's got a great following. So another great streamer to watch. I should just type that directly right. Still isn't on a stream team. Well, you should apply to the Live Coders dev stream, Spheres. Is it Lana underscore Lux? I'm gonna guess. Well, I can't. I should not guess. I should look this up. Twitch Lana. Yeah, it is. All right. Just don't want to screw this up. So there you go. Check out Lana Lux sometime. Okay. Including the name and the direction mask. So that needs to be reduced correctly. Because we're pulling from the reducer. So here's the reducer. Updating the state. Now we're going to include the name action.name and the direction mask is action.direction mask. Okay, so that should be enough to have the name pop up when I select the tree. Nope. Okay, I did something wrong. It didn't show it there. So what did I do wrong? That would have pulled it from the action. Oh, I didn't hit save here. Very important to hit save when you're editing your files. So click the nice tree, select. Hey, look, it says nice tree. So the problem is if I were to say green tree, I can't even edit it. It doesn't, the editing doesn't work because there's no way to change the field. That's the next thing. So in the Redux part where we have the name, there needs to be a way to change it. So that's generally this onChange handler, right? So sure, we'll break it up this way so you can see the value on one line and then on change. So this is what the current value is and this is what we're going to do if you try to type there. It'd be on change field. What are we going to say? Set name, I guess? Or should I follow this pattern where we have React state? I think I'm going to do that. So this would be new name. Set new name. And then that means I need another hook here to hold the name. Actually, while I'm at it, why don't I do both the name and the direction? Direction mask. And this is initialized from direction mask. And then we'll do the same thing with the name. So click, click, and I'll say name. And I'll just make this one lowercase, and we're done. So now I should be able to edit it. Oh, no, I have a syntax error. Duplicate declaration. Oh, yeah, how did that happen? Fix that. I like the immediate feedback that JavaScript gives me. I'm used to C++ where I have to run a compiler and it takes like 10 seconds or more sometimes. Select. So now I can type in something here, right? Oh, it thinks it's a number. What did I do wrong? Change field. Oh, change field doesn't. It has a parse in there, so I don't want that. I have a more generic change field in other places, right? Yeah, it should just be that, but then the parse should be built in. So let me remove the parse out. And wait a second. Hold on. Sometimes I want to parse it. Let's just make two versions of this. So we'll have this change integer field. And this is just a generic change field. Can I reuse some of this? I guess I could, but I'm not going to bother because it's a one-liner. So I don't need the 10. So this change field needs to be int field. What else? Just that one? So reload again. Now it won't parse it as an integer, hopefully, and I can type in here green tree. So the next problem would be if I submit that, it didn't actually change it. So the submission does on update tile and passes just those two things, right? So let's add more. When I get past 2, I get kind of nervous about just order of arguments. And so in JavaScript, you can do this neat thing where you can say, well, let's just put it into an object and give it names, right? So we'll put it into an object and give them names. And this will become tile set. I want to make it match what was in Redux. So that was tile set ID, tile ID. So tile set ID, tile ID. And then we're adding to a direction mask, right? New direction mask and name. is new name. And then I just need to make sure that that will accept an object and not two arguments now. So this should just be, I don't know, tile details. Let's just call it details. Then this doesn't need to be really concerned about what the details are. It just passes it on to this action. So we'll need to update this dispatch update tile action. All right. That's where we just edited, right? And here's where it's caught in middleware, right? And when it's caught here, this would be details. Oh, hold on. Let me think about this. Yes. The action, the details is combined with the type to form the action. So this would be the new names, right? Tile. Oh, I want those two, tile set ID, and this one is tile ID. And then we're adding to that direction, mask, and name, right? All right, and then, oh wait, this didn't care to pass it along, so I can just, can I just like pass the action directly to the argument factory? It'll include that extra stuff that is part of the action, but it won't really care, will it? Or is that kind of gross? I don't like the fact that this action has other things in it. I was thinking about just passing action here, right? But then that would include a type thing which doesn't matter for this argument factory. I think I'll just, even though it's a little bit gross, I'll just repeat this. There. It's just forwarded, but then I have to maintain it in two places. I really don't like that though. I know what I can do. I can just take this part out, and then I can say, how do I do this? Like const that equals action, right? Can I actually give this a name while I'm decomposing? Because what I'm doing is I'm extracting these four things from action. But can I give those four things, can I give that whole thing a new name, like details? Can I do, is there a syntax for that? No. Maybe there's no syntax for this. I have to, I can do it this way. Const details equals, I'd have to put, oh shoot. Maybe there's a way to do this with Lodash. I just want to extract these fields only to make a new thing. I'm going over a lot of hoops to avoid repetition, aren't I? That's okay. Lodash. Oh, what's that? The Epic Unknown with 8 months? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Epic Unknown. Sweet. Thank you for your support. Almost 9 months. One more month. How's it going, Epic Unknown? I'm trying to look up what it's, I want a method of an object that, I can pull apart like a sub-object from. You can extract the destructured props and save the rest in a spread. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. That's the problem. And howdy, Rowdy Rhett. It's the weekend, yes. TGIF. Really, I should just be doing JavaScript extract sub-object. There we go. Someone's asked about it before. Picked. But see, they had to repeat it again. That's what I don't like. If I'm going to repeat it, then I don't even need to do this. Can I do it without repeating? And that's really a weird syntax. What is this doing? Yeah, I don't like the repetition there. Oh, here we go. Lodash has a, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for pick. Pick. Yes, that's exactly what I want. All right, I want details. So I already have Lodash imported, right? Yep. So I want pick from action. I want the props. Do I have to use strings? That's what they're saying, right? I'm okay with that. Direction, mask, name, tile set ID, and tile ID. There we go. And end it like that. And then I can just say details here. And I don't need that. There we go. You have the object you're going to put in. Yeah, Rowdy, that's what I was initially going to do, but I really hated the idea of having to repeat this list of 4 things twice. I don't know, it rubbed me the wrong way. I just wanted, if I ever have to add something to the details, I want to be able to add it to only one place and not 2 places. I guess I'm deathly afraid that I might update it in one place and not the other, you know? Because, yeah, I could destructure it here, but then I'd have to restructure it to pass it to the argument factory again. Yeah. I don't know. I'm being too pedantic and picky, but yeah, Lodash is kind of cool. Because this is really this is the essence of what I wanted to do, right? I wanted to pick out those from the action to get the details because the argument factory doesn't want the whole action, it just wants the details part of it. The other thing actually I could have done is put the thing inside of the action in another level. Then I wouldn't need to use Lodash. Actually, why don't I just do that? Yeah. Okay, I don't need to use Lodash. Hey there, Cloudhawk. I could do it this way. I can say that that has the details in it. And then I don't need that. Then I have to put extra braces here. Right? That'll work too. And that's actually a little bit more consistent with how I do other things. So then the action is really just an envelope, and the contents of the envelope are the details, which is another structure that the argument factory needs. Okay, so then we have to look at where I set up this argument factory. So that would be where we here back in the entities panel here, right? So let me make sure I only do this in one place. Actually, I do it in 2 places. So I need to update both of them. Actually, and this is a good time for me to where was the other place? Not here. Well, I'm lost. Here and here. Yeah, right. So here and here, this should just say details. Or I could do it like that. And then if there are extra details, we just ignore them. So like the avatar, we're not going to care about the direction, but we're going to care about the nameplate, right? So that would be name is new name. Oh, and these names become sensitive, don't they? Right, so it's name, tile set ID, and tile ID, right? So tile set ID goes there, tile ID goes there. Okay, and then the other place we want all 4. Because here it might have a direction mask as well. Tile set ID and tile ID go there, and then we're including name as is and direction mask as is. Oh no, that is a D direction mask. There we go. Got it. Streaming must be great. It's like pair programming. Kind of. Pair programming though is a lot more symbiotic, where the 2 people have to be like working together constantly. I think streaming is more like setting up your computer along a busy street with your monitor with a second copy of your screen pointing out, and then as people walk by, they can make comments, or they can just look, or they can just ignore you and just walk on by without seeing you. That's more of what it's like. And closer to something that people actually do, I would say streaming is like programming with a crowd of people behind you looking over your shoulder, and occasionally someone will say something behind you, and you're like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, let's say like, oh, you missed a comma there. Street coders, yeah. Streaming is more backseat. Yeah, I would, yeah. So maybe the better analogy would be the crowd of people over your shoulder. Like, your behind your shoulder might be the back seat. So they're the backseat coders, right? Okay, did I miss anything? Let's test it and see. I have been streaming for almost an hour. That is correct. Hi there, Rally Monkey. Whoops. I explain a lot while you code. What I really started out doing when I was streaming is just vocalizing what goes through my head, but then I found that a lot of people couldn't follow along, so now I over-explain. And I'm still kind of trying to tune that. I don't want to over-explain, and I don't want to under-explain what I'm doing. Cool, so if I change this to green tree now, submit. Yay, the name got changed. Cool. You like it? That's nice. Coding duck, yes. I've heard that analogy. That, I forget what the details of the analogy are, but I've heard of that too. Hey there, Toulouse. So just curious, Toulouse, are you watching both me and Adam simultaneously? If so, props to you. I can't do that. I don't know the languages I use, so it's interesting to hear me talk through it. Yeah. So yeah, today it's going to be mostly JavaScript and a heavily modified version of JavaScript because we're using things that are translated to native JavaScript, like this destructuring, and also it's within one or more libraries, sometimes called frameworks. Although there's a joke that people say that React is not a framework. This is Redux, by the way. So I'm constructing and deconstructing things to pass messages around essentially within my application. Whenever you see dispatch, we're passing a message. And the message we're passing is usually a plain structure constructed by a factory. And sometimes the factories can work with other factories through middleware. It gets really complicated. Explain what you do to a rubber duck. Is that what it is? I always forget that. Spheres did a game jam recently. Your partner was giving you a hard time because you kept talking while you coded. Yeah, I bet I would have the same problem. They'd be like, shut up and code. Okay, so I got the name in there, but not the direction mask. That we just need some React for that, right? Tile select modal. This is where I need to decide how I want the graphics to look. In my head, I had the vision of kind of like what I do here, where I have buttons that are spatially organized with arrows in them. Maybe I can just do the same thing. Only like, if you imagine there's diagonal arrows here, clicking on a diagonal arrow should light that up, but also light up the left and right too, because the diagonal, no, the other way around. Clicking up or left is a combination of two diagonals. So yeah, what if we have a full 9 set of buttons and the buttons interact with each other through the bit mask? So that would be a grid of 3x3 buttons, right? So here I might need to refresh my memory on grids. So essentially I want, what did that look like again? Under the tile but above the bottom row, so right, was that inside this div here? Keys values large. Yeah, so under this, actually no, we could put it inside this because we could have a label, directions, and then have the grid next to it. So this would be label, HTML4 directions, class, I don't need a class name, directions. And then this would be a div, which is going to be a special div because it's going to be a grid. So this would be direction grid. We might reuse that. And then right now we'll make it empty, and I'll just set up some space for the CSS for that. So that's in here. All I know for now, it's going to be a display grid. Don't know. My memory's not so good about this stuff. I'm the weakest on CSS, so I don't know how to do it yet. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of like what I want it to look like, only let's add the buttons now. You love that emoji? That emoji is based off of the Adam EJ emoji from Adam's stream. And it was designed by a great guy who goes by the handle Ramy. So if you see Ramy RM in chat, he's not in my chat right now, but thank him for that emoji and say you love it. Hello, Red Sky One. How are you today? Let's review Grid. It is time to review Grid. CSS Grid. I liked the CSS Tricks one because it has like nice graphical description. What I'm really interested in is the type of grid where I have fixed sized things. How is that? Is it grid template? Yeah, I kind of want that. I want like 3 by 3. So I want grid template 3/3, don't I? Grid template 3 by 3. Is that all I need to do? 3 columns, 3 rows. Okay, and then I just have the 9 buttons inside, right? So, do I just make them manually here? 9 buttons. Let me do it the same way I did it in the character panel, where I had those arrows, right? These ones, these buttons. I don't know why those have class names. Should I be worried that I'm going to need class names for these buttons? I don't need an on mouse. I don't need these on mouse dones, actually. Don't need those. Not yet. So we're just going to X those out for now. And I'll need 4 more. Why do I have these as special classes, though? That's what I'm wondering about. Oh, I assign them rows and columns. Do I have to do that? I might have to do that. Just got offered a programming job. Well, congratulations, NanoBlit. Junior full stack, ASP Angular. Any tips for a fresh developer? Yes. The number one thing to do as a fresh developer is keep an open mind. And rest. Do not work when you're tired. You will learn the best and retain the information more when you are not tired, when you have slept enough. And keeping an open mind will allow you to accept ideas from people, even if it's something you would normally shrug off as like, oh, they're a jerk or they're opinionated or whatever. Keep an open mind to accept it in, and just internally you'll develop a filter of like, filter out the useless information from people's egos and stuff, but pick up the grains of information from it. Those are my 2 biggest tips. Get enough sleep, keep an open mind. You're gonna learn a ton. Like I would say, usually it's between 2 weeks and 2 months. You're just gonna be like overwhelmed with learning how the team operates, learning the tools and libraries they use. Unless you're really, really good and lucky, or both, you're gonna be overwhelmed with learning. So the most important thing is to just be prepared to be picking up a lot of new knowledge. Ask questions, accept criticism. Yes, that goes along with keeping an open mind, I think, right? You're gonna want to ask questions to invite people to tell you what their opinions are and what their knowledge is. Hey there, iGrok and Liquidor. And Mr. Moonslam, yes, hello. I like your name. And NanoBlit. NanoBlit. Congratulations again. All right. I don't know if I need to do that yet. Probably. I'm going to see if I can get away without doing that. So if I maybe just arrange them in order, that means I need to add, let's get rid of these class names for now. I'll add them back if I need them. Let's just add the diagonal buttons. And I'm going to be really clever about this and try to look at all characters and find the arrows. Here we go. So there are diagonal arrows I can steal from Unicode. There we go. And then up and right is this guy. And then left would need to be... Oh, I'm doing this wrong. The top up should go up here. And then up and right. And then left. And then there's a center one. So I'll need to pick something for center. Shouldn't there be an all directions arrow? You would think that there'd be an all directions arrow, but maybe there isn't. How about just a diamond? Diamond. Just look around for it. Or maybe it's time to... Oh, what about one of these? What if I, Unicode diamond? Yes. But which one is it? Lots of different diamonds. It's not exactly what I want. You know, let me just go and pick something that looks good for me nearby. Unless someone has an idea, what symbol to put in the midst? Be nice if I could see this bigger. Can I open this? Oh, that actually did work. All right. The new notepad has some improvements. I can say that. Oh yeah, I just need something like that. Where is it? Let me just use this one. Little hex thing looks nice. So that goes there. You need to have an alarm go off every hour, which you must respond to with immediate stretching. Oh yeah, the new New Year's resolution to get up and stretch more. Yeah, I should probably just do that. Let's do an in-place stretch, and then in an hour from now, I'll do a get up and stretch. Oh, guess who is here to join my stream? It's my cat, Casper. Look at that. He look cute. Actually, since he's there, let me go, actually stand up and stretch and pet the cat. Hold on a second. This is for good health, right? Got to get up and stretch every once in a while, and also the cat needs attention. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Also, the cat needs more attention, right? Okay, I need 2 more arrows, right? So, down and left. Okay, I've misplaced the arrows. There they are. Down and left. Down and right. Okay, so what does that look like in the game? Oh, wow. So I guess I do need to set columns and rows? That's what I'm guessing. So in all of these places, I'm going to need a class name. And then direction, and then something. Direction grid. Let's just keep it simple. Actually, no, not like this. 1 1 1 2 1 3. Actually, then let's be smart about it. 2 dash 3 dash, and then here would be 1 2 3. All right, and then in the CSS, just like I had in this, it's grid row grid crawl. Why would I? This doesn't seem right to me that I would need to do it this way. I'm probably doing it the wrong way, aren't I? Using a template. I don't know why I'm persisting to do it the wrong way, but it really won't take me that long. I just need to click all of these places and say 2 now. And then make a 3. I'll do it the wrong way, and then we'll see if I can do it the right way. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. So this would work now, right? Only that's weird. Their sizes aren't consistent. Is it because some of these actually are larger than the others? How does that work? Oh yeah, in the font it's actually larger. Interesting. Some of the characters are bigger than the others. Who would have thought that? So I need to fix their width, don't I? So we can say direction grid button width is, I don't know, 50 pixels. Oh, that was horrible. What happened? What did I do there? You don't have to specify each one of them individually like that do with the parent. All 9 cells are supposed to be the same size. Yeah, all the buttons are supposed to be the same size. How? Oh, I just need to do the alignment now, don't I? Why is it arranging them like that? That's weird. Okay, back to this. It's probably how things are arranged, right? Justify items start, right? The default is stretch. Okay, so justify items start. That didn't work. Is that actually doing anything? Yes, it is. Justify item center? Okay, I have a feeling that that's not the right name of it. Just say, okay. It is justify dash items. But for some reason it's doing some kind of weird spacing around everything. Why would it do that? Okay, so you're saying I don't need to actually assign the grid rows and columns to the things in the grid? Because if I don't do that, then this is what happens. Now they're all like a jumble. It's all in one column now, instead of 3 by 3. So I did grid template 3 by 3. Is that wrong? Let's look at your fiddle. Let's look at the fiddle. Okay, let me just try this. I'm gonna try it without the grid gap for a second. So instead of that, do that, right? And then you didn't need to do a justify items. What do I get with that? Yeah, so then I don't need... So you're correct about that. But for some reason it's spacing them weird. So turn off the width. When I turn off the width, it's using the size of the text inside of the button to... And so some of the buttons are wider than the others. The spacing is because the text inside is still different widths. I see. And the way you did it, let's say I used larger item. Wait a second. Is that just because it's not too big? Larger item. Okay, no, yours doesn't suffer from what mine does. Is that because it's all... It does a wrap? What if I don't wrap it? No. So what am I doing differently? Is it padding? And maybe it's grid gap? Okay. I don't understand this. Grid gap. 1 pixel. And then I have the same template you have, and then the only thing different here, I didn't have anything. Let's just put what you have. Just try to understand what I'm missing here. I don't think the background color shouldn't matter, right? So it's still doing this weird thing that yours doesn't do. I don't think I have other CS on them, but maybe it's possible. Let's pick one of these buttons. Oh, wait a second. The keys value nth child is still applying here. Oh, shoot. That's the problem. This should only be immediate child, so let me find that. Yeah, it's my own CSS screwing me up. This should be immediate child, not nth child odd. There we go. It was my own. My past rhyme screwed me up. That needs to be immediate child only because it was interfering. All right. So I probably don't need this, right? And do I even need the? Do I need the width? I mean, maybe not. Hold on. Can I, what happens if I turn this stuff off and then turn that on? Okay, so the template columns, I just don't remember the syntax, but that is better than this because it's also, it's both saying it's 3 by 3 and it's also, by nature of there being 9, and it's also setting up them to be columns. Or I'm saying the same thing, what am I doing? Cells are still equal. Yeah, no, dang it, Pastor Imu. Hey there, Alt F4 stream, how are you doing? I'm guessing your stream's done because you're in here. Otherwise, you might be chatting in the stream and still streaming, and then my hat's off to you. I cannot do that. Hey there, Choco and Jesse. You're saying to try display inline block, but yeah, that probably would have helped overcome the bug. But then yeah, it was my bug, so no worries. Your boss needed you for a meeting. You had to hop off quickly. Oh, that sucks. These buttons are too damn big, and I think it's because of some other CSS I have, so let me find out what that was. It's because of my default font settings, so really I just want to override that for these buttons, right? We're going to override font size 100%, or maybe even smaller. Did that actually do anything? It made them big, smaller. And then there's padding being added, right? Oh, hold on. Computed. It's the text inside is just really big. So I thought that I could just set the width to constrain the size, and but still the cell size is computed separately, right? How do I get the width, the buttons to be smaller and the cells to be smaller too? Or is it just expanding it? Hold on. Probably be easier to just dock this to the right. Is it expanding the whole grid to fit? Okay, that's what it is. So I don't need the grid to expand the whole way. How do I constrain the grid itself to not use all that space? Would I put the grid inside? Oh, maybe that's the idea that Jesse would have helped. Display inline block would have helped, maybe. But I need that to be on an element outside the grid, right? Padding on the buttons. Remove the padding. Without the padding, why is it not centering the text inside the button? Is it... Hold on. Turn both of these off. Okay, so with the padding on, it's even bigger. Let's make it smaller. It's just inflating them to fit, right? To fit the width. Setting a width of a grid child that will mess up the text node. See, I suck at this, at CSS. I think what I need to do is put the whole thing. Is there a better way than to put this whole thing inside another div? Class name direction grid container or something, and then make that set the display for that. This just seems wrong to me. I bet like everyone is like going, no, don't do that. But I learn from my failures, so what happens if I do a display inline block here? Why did that reset everything? Probably because of something weird I did? Okay, let's go back to it. Yeah, they had no effect. Can't believe we still use it? Everyone sucks at CSS? Well, thank you for sharing. That makes me feel a little bit better. What I want to achieve is to not have this grid like stretch all the way. I want the grid container to not be so wide. I think it's because of its parent, though. What if I make it display flex instead? Wouldn't then the default be to do what I want? Yeah, so display flex does it. It just says, okay, just flexibly put your children in there, and then it's exactly what I want. Yeah. I mean, it's fixed, but I just don't know if this is it's probably not the best way, right? To have an extra div that really is just there to break the flow between this keys values things is the culprit, right? This keys values is itself a grid where we have max content and then one. I guess that one FR means to fill to the right, right? And it's because of that outer grid. This outer grid here. This whole thing is one cell in the grid, but we don't want to use all that space, so I'm using this hack where I say, okay, make this cell itself a flex container, and inside there put our 3x3 grid. You're just cheating with FlexOS because defaults to an inline child? Yeah, probably. That's kind of hacking, not the best way. Flex would be the best way technically. So we get, yeah, so there's, CSS causes a lot of debate, right? Should I just move on? It doesn't really matter too much, right? When I learn more about CSS, I'll come back here and say, past Raimu, you really were bad at CSS. And I'll just improve it at that point, right? When you use flexible, so what's an easier way to do it? It's a different kind of display, right? I'm just guessing, would it be inline? No. Fixed? Nope. Fixed isn't even a display option, right? Block. No. Maybe it's not even through the display at all. Yeah, block didn't help. It's still expanding to fill in the grid cell that it's in. The parent is a grid. Right here. That's a grid. You see how that bottom right is a grid cell? So it's saying, okay, child, here's your area. It's my grid. It's that whole grid cell. And the child is like, well, I don't need that whole area. So this direction grid is like, I don't need that whole area. And so I put one in there. So, okay, put in a middleman saying, okay, well, let's just treat the whole cell as a flex container. And then this guy's like, okay, I just get what I need. Yeah. I'm just going to put it in there even though it's not the best. And that's just a hack to consume the whole grid space, but then have the child arranged as just what it needs. And then I'm happy. So let me just move on. What I really need to do is give these buttons state depending on the direction bit mask that's passed in. One grid, one flex. Parent will always affected that way. The better approach would be to have two grids. Probably. I appreciate all the help, but I shouldn't say the but. I appreciate all the help. Let's see if I can learn from this. So there's the grid container inline block. Yes. Correct. So how this fits into a larger grid where the outer grid's giving us too much space, this doesn't this doesn't actually show that, right? Because I think I'm using that now, right? Yeah, I'm using exactly what you have for the grid. And it wasn't enough to make this inline block because it's in the context of being in a grid cell, so it still has this problem where it expands. So this will have the same, if this grid container is inside itself another grid that's giving us too much space, it's going to expand our buttons out. Having the parent like that isn't bad. I think you're totally fine with just the flex fix. Yeah, that's probably, yeah. I'm just going to move on because I fall into this trap of getting too pedantic and like finding the most correct way. We're really, what my task right now above my head, it says, I'm just trying to add the direction of the name to the thing. And I did that, except for these buttons don't do anything. In fact, they actually looks like they do the submit on the form. That's probably because that's the default thing to do, right? Is to submit on the form that it's in. So I don't want it to submit the form. Instead, I want an on click. Yeah, so all of these will have an on click, right? Let's just go all down here and say on click equals, and then we're going to call like on direction clicked some number, right? Let me, you guys can't see that unless I do that. Let's put a number in here. Let's actually put the bit mask in here. So this would be 1, 3, 2, 4, no, 1 plus 4 is 5. This is all 15 of them. The right is 2 plus 8, which is, no, 2 plus 8, which is 10. Down and right is 4. Down and left is 4, down and right is 8, so down would be 12. Did I get it all? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I'm missing some stuff. Where is 6? Oh, 6 would be the diagonal, so we don't have any button for that. Right, okay, so these should be correct. So I just need a handler for this. Up here somewhere, const, I'm not aligned to my keyboard. So that we get a mask, and what we're doing is I'm just going to flip the bits in direction mask. So set new direction mask to be direction mask. The D key, my keyboard is messing up. And then I want to XOR the mask, right? Does JavaScript have an XOR? I hope it does. Let's see if that works. Oh, and then we should have a highlight. Like I can do that with class names, right? Anyway, I should be able to just hit up. Oh, it's still doing a submit. Do I need to do like a type equals button for all of these? Probably, right? Type equals button. I feel like I should... This is too much repetition, though. I should just have a subcomponent that sets all these things. And I don't need these class names anymore, do I? That's one thing I can get rid of. I should make a component with just this as a prop, and then it fills in all the rest of this junk, right? Yeah, I don't want it to actually submit the form. I just want it to do the side effect only. So type button would prevent that from happening, right? So when I click that and hit save, it didn't do it. Oh, it has a... No, it has... That depth is correct. It didn't do it at all. Submit. So what am I doing wrong here? Let's just put a... Well, that should have set the new direction mask. Oh, we're probably not using new direction mask. No, I am using it here. Okay, so what happened here? Oh, it might not be set. So if it's not set, the default is 15. Yes. Let's try that. Up, submit. Still doesn't work. Yeah, the typey was button makes it not submit, not do be a submit. I think the default is submit type, but if you say type is button, then it doesn't do the submit. All right, I really want to do a debugger here, don't I? Debugger. See what's going on. Hopefully I actually hit that line. Otherwise I'll be sad. Up. I'm sad. I didn't hit the line. Is it not on click? Am I wrong about that? You can tell JavaScript is one of my weaknesses, can't you? Oh, I don't want to move there. I want to select that. Yeah, these buttons don't do anything. I don't know if it's that. I think it's just I just don't know enough about JavaScript. And JSX. Let me look for a button. Okay, the click handler should have worked, right? Oh, does it have to be capital button? It can't be something like that, can it? That has to be capital button? I wouldn't put it past it. I don't know, let's see. No, that's not it. I do have the dev thing open, right? Oh, I didn't even have the dev thing open. That might be why. Okay, let's try again. Let's undock it. And then click it. Okay, so it is. I just didn't have the debugger stuff open. So what is the direction mask? Undefined. So it should be 15, and then it should be OR with the mask. So then the mask is 3. I mean, the mask was 3, but what is my state now at? Actually, I'll just hit go and click left now. It's still undefined. So set new direction mask is... Can you not do that? Or maybe XOR doesn't work the way I think it is. Undefined or 15. XOR 1. Okay, that does work. Oh, wait, it's not... Okay, this is totally wrong, that's right. It should be new direction mask. Okay, let's do... Actually, let's just do a console.log. And outside first. Direction mask. New direction mask. Actually, let's just do it that way. So every time it renders, it's going to print it. Don't need the debugger, really. It's clumsy JavaScript with Raimu. Okay, up. It's now 12. I guess we can dock this again. 12, and then 13. I don't really want to XOR, do I? Actually, I guess if I turn it off, then I do... I wanted to flip that bit so that this is doing the correct thing, right? No, that didn't work. The map for that is wrong. It's 1. Why would 0 XOR 1 be 14? Oh, because the OR hand if it's 0, right? Shoot. Dang it. I should just say if new direction mask is nullish. Otherwise, do it this way, and then I can remove this junk here. Or more properly, I could just do it this way. New direction mask is null. Is it? Because then the default is 15. Otherwise, just use it. There. And a new one of these. I want to flip it if it's actually set, but if it's not set at all, the default is to assume 15. So that's sort of what I want. So hard to get this right. So it's undefined, so then I hit that, and now it turned off that direction. So really I should have the default to be 0, right? Not all directions, but no, yeah. So let's do 0. Then if I explicitly hit the center one, it'll be all directions. Yeah, okay. So, sure. We'll just do it this way. Undefined. So now it's 1, and now plus 3, and then if I turn that, it should be back to 0. Okay, this is what I want. And that flips everything, right? Actually, maybe clicking this, it shouldn't flip every bit, but just set it either all on or all off. I don't know. I need to actually display it now. I want to do that with classes, I think. Yeah. So I think I do want to put this into its own component because it'll be easier that way. So let's do that. Const. I don't even really need to do it outside, do I? I can just say const direction arrow equals I don't know what props it's gonna get yet. There's the component. So the prop would be mask, and then the mask goes here. So I can just say direction. For all of these, I can just say direction arrow mask equals 1. Oh, I still need to have the arrow though. Can I do that with a clever lookup table? I think I can. So then I can just end it there, and then let me steal these because I'm gonna form my table up here. So const just making an array, I guess. Arrows. So 0 is nothing. 1 is this guy. 2 is nothing. 3 is up. 4 is nothing. 5 is left. 6 is nothing. 7 is nothing. 8 is down and right. 0, 1, 2, 3. I really should start. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 is to the right. 11 is nothing. 12 is down. 13 is nothing. 14 is nothing. And 15 is this weird octagon or hexagon thing that I picked. All right. So then this would be arrows mask. And then I can just have direction arrow for 1, 3, 2, 5, 15, 10, 4, 12, and 8. 3, 2, 5, 15, 10, 4, 12, and 8. All right, so that should be no change. Okay, these got messed up. So 2 is messed up. 0, 1. Oh yeah. So that got misplaced, didn't it? I lost the arrow. Back to finding the arrows again. Up and right got misplaced. And what was the other one I missed? Down and left. So that's 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This one. Down and left. There it is. Got it. Thank you, Toulouse. You spotted it too. Yeah, the answer that noob, the reason why I want to flip it instead of setting it is because I want to have certain combinations. Like, the game allows me to have stuff face 2 different diagonals at the same time. So that would be like turning that one on and that one on and everything else off. So I think the best way to do it is to just start with off or on and flip them all off and then just turn on the corners. But usually the most usual case would be I'm just going to click one of these 4 cardinal directions, or I might hit a diagonal. And then, so by default it'll all be off, and then by clicking one of these it'll just turn that one on. The submit still isn't working, but I don't know why. But that did do it did turn it on, it just didn't save it for some reason. I gotta figure that part out. Yeah, because it should have ended up there, right? Oh, maybe the update isn't pulling that in yet correctly. Anyway, what am I looking at? If I want it to show on then that would be adding a class to this, right? So right there. There's the actual mark. There we go. And so I would have class names. I forget how this thing works. There's a way to, like, I guess you give it a, that's how you do it. You do class name equals, you do this weird thing. And we're leveraging this library called class names when we do that, which I already have. Okay. So, and then let's give it a CSS thing. So let's call it direction arrow. Direction enabled. So that will be if new direction mask and that is not 0. So that will be new direction mask and mask is not equals 0. All right. See if I did it. 1. No, it's not doing it at all. Let's look at it. Oh no, they are. Oh, I just didn't style it. Okay. So now they're all enabled, right? And then if I do that, it'll be all disabled. So that's enable. Okay, that enabled up and left, left and center. Why did it do that? Because the direction mask is 1. Eh? Oh, wait. It should be that, hold on. It should be that, no, this is correct. The direction mask is 1. Oh, it should be that it equals the mask. That's right. You could add the current value into the modal so you don't have to open the console. Yeah, that's if I was smart, but I'm not smart. Actually, I'm almost there. I just need to give it a give this one some style. And that would be the same thing I do for in the index for buttons that are enabled. Or buttons that are hovered over this thing. Beast cam off? Oh, I didn't see. He left. He must have gotten cold. Goodbye, kitty. So we probably don't need this anymore, right? So there we go. Now they're sticky. And so if I do up and left and then up and right, the top goes high. And if I do all directions, they all light up. Yeah. Cool. That's sort of what I wanted. So like if I wanted to pick a direction, if I pick both left and right, it's necessarily turning on all 4 bits, right? And then now I'm saying exclude down and left, or exclude up and right, or exclude down and right, or if I exclude up. Yeah, so that's kind of what I wanted. The only quirky thing would be this flips the direction completely. Actually, that's not bad, right? This flips it. This always flips the direction. So if it's left, it becomes right. If it's down, it becomes up. If it's no direction, it becomes all directions. What if it's a corner? Then it becomes every other corner. Okay, I like it. The submit, though, isn't working. So what did I do wrong in the submit? Probably it's in the Redux action. Let me see that. It's probably in the Redux action. I'm just not seeing, it's just not having any effect. So pause and look for update. Update component. No, the direction isn't in there. Interesting. Okay, so it's missing the submit. It's in there. On update tile, maybe it's dropping it. Dispatch update tile action. Did we see that one? Okay, direction mask was in there. Was that just blind? Oh, wait. It's D instead of dir. That's what it is. And that is where we dispatch change and update component. Where is it? These, right? Hold on. So it's really this one, right? Set update tile action factory. Long name. This other one, right? Oh, here it is. D instead of dir. Fixed. Why do you use Raft log for your application? If you don't mind you asking, what do you store in it? I can show you in a second. Yeah, Toulouse, Alt F4 stream was researching Raft this morning. So let me show you that in a second. Let me just finish this. Almost done, I think. So that, yeah, so that worked. So now I can say the tree only faces down, and it works. And I can remove the direction like that. Oh, that's no directions. I have to say all directions. Now it's all directions. We don't actually have to say that, but it's okay to include it. Okay, so that's working well enough for me. Let me describe the Raft stuff. So I'll show you what actually is in the Raft log, and maybe that'll help explain it. So stage a candinal 10, for example. We'll just do a tail F game.journal. So I'll show you what is in the log. This is what's in the log, the raw log, right? Let me hit Control C and explain some of this stuff. So let's get it so that it's not wrapping that line. It's going to go way beyond the edge of the screen, right? Actually, is there a way to turn off line wrapping in this con EMU? There probably is, right? Okay, maybe not. Maybe I won't worry about it. Let's just take the... let's just look at the game journal in the editor here. So... Actually, I can just look for game journal, can't I? Yep, I should have just done that. And then it rotates frequently, so I need to take a copy before it did that. Now I'm showing you the raw thing, and to make it easier to see, let's tell it that it's JSON, right? Okay, so everything that changes the game state has a journal entry. I use, so you can consider the application is the game. So everything that happens in the game, like these particles being launched, something moving, like my camera moving or one of these monsters moving, is a change to that overall game state. So you'll see that these ones are entries saying that a particle is being launched. This one is that we're modifying, what are we modifying? We're modifying the action and wander cooldowns for an NPC. So that's one of the monsters moving, and then this is the actual position change of the monster, right? So if the question is, why do I use it? It's because these each of these, when it's applied to the game, actually changes the data in the game, and I want the game state to be fault tolerant. So when a monster moves and the server crashes, I don't want to lose the fact that the monster moved. So am I answering the correct question? I don't know. But by representing all changes to the game state as log entries for Raft, each of these is then encoded and sent to the other servers, who then store it. So all three, like if I'm running a cluster of 3 servers right here, all 3 of them will have a copy of it. So like when I was showing a game.journal, there actually there's 4 of them, because I was running 13 for a while. If I open any of these journals, it's going to be the same as the other journals, except for they might be sliding relative to each other. Yeah, so they'll have, it's hard to see, but you can just imagine all 3 servers will have the same log, so that if the one actually running in the game were to crash, any of the other 2 servers could pick up, and they have the same sequence of changes to the game state, so they'll have the same state. You have like a 90% understanding of Raft, but you have not implemented it. So the core of Raft is you're going to run 3 copies of your application, and one of them will, which is designated the leader, is kind of like the king or the president or whatever you want to think of. They're the executive. They actually execute the changes. They say, okay, the majority agrees, so now we're doing it. So for me, that means actually moving a monster or actually changing a cooldown. So it doesn't actually happen until the leader declares that it happens. The leader waits until it hears back from a majority of the cluster. In the case of only 3, it only needs to hear back from one of the other 2, saying, okay, I have also, 11 will say, oh, you want to move that monster? Okay, I have recorded the fact that the monster is going to be moving. And then the leader says, great, so have I. So that's 2 out of 3. So the monster has moved. And that's called committing the change. Once it's done, a majority of the servers has committed that change, then you're safe, because if, let's say, all of the servers crash and they all come back up, and they're all like, okay, which of us has the most current state? 10 and 11 will say, well, we saw that monster move. And 12 will be like, well, I didn't know about that. So 12 will know, and so will the other 2, that 12 is behind, and then only one of 10 or 11 has the latest state, and so one of those becomes the leader. So back to, right, one of them being the executive knows when it can execute those changes, and the other servers are really, they're called followers because all they do is just make copies. They copy the state of whatever it is, the game or whatever, and once they made a copy, they go tell the leader, okay, yeah, I got it, I'm good. And any one of these servers can read the state of the game because they all have a copy. At the leading edge of that state, though, there will be some changes that the leader has told these followers, yeah, we're going to move this monster, but the leader hasn't confirmed, hasn't executed it yet. So it'll tell these followers, okay, we're going to move this monster, but wait for me to tell you that it's committed before you let people know who actually are reading your state. So a lot of the Raft diagrams will explain it like there are 3 kinds of log entries. There's ones that everyone knows is committed already because they are in the snapshot, for example. They're already on disk for everyone, and it's ancient history, right? Second type of change is where the leader has said, let's make this change. And the follower says, okay, I'm going to write it down. And so either the follower hasn't finished writing it down, or they've written it down and they haven't yet told the leader that they have, or they have told the leader about it and the leader hasn't gotten back an okay or acknowledgement from a majority of its followers. So that's a kind of a change that is about to apply to the cluster, but hasn't yet. So if you were to ask any of these servers, has this change happened yet? They say, no, don't know what you're talking about. No, that monster's not moving. No, not at all. But internally, though, they're like, yeah, we're about to move, but we're just waiting for the go-ahead from the leader. And then the third kind of change is where the leader has told all the servers, this has been executed. Like the hammer comes down. I have heard back from a majority of the cluster saying that they have written down this change, so now it's executed. And then now if you were to ask any of these servers, has this change happened? Has the slime moved? They'd be like, yes, it has been committed. So you use your followers at all to write state to the log? Well, each of these servers has its own log. That's the whole point. They are replicating the log. And as long as a majority of your servers has replicated a change, the leader can say, okay, that change is now final. It's committed. And then that's the guarantee. There's a mathematical proof in the Raft paper that says that if you get a majority of the cluster to have written a change, that it's impossible to lose it now, unless you were to like go and destroy one of the hard drives for one of these followers, right? Then there's not much you can do, right? But assuming that you can reasonably guarantee the data storage, persisted information about these logs, then once you get a majority of the servers to write it down, then yeah, it's not going anywhere now. It's final. It's committed. It is enacted. Any kind of strong word you want to use there. So, what else to say about that? The devil's in the details, I guess. So there's a lot of message passing between the leader and the followers. To pick a leader in the first place, there can only be one leader. If these three are on a network, and you can get into a situation where the leader 10 can talk to 11, and 10 could talk to 12, but 11 and 12 can't talk to each other, or maybe 10 and 11 can talk, but a 12 has somehow been isolated. That's called partitioning. There's these weird situations where you can temporarily have two sub clusters, and they both elect a lead, or they both try to elect a leader, but the algorithm guarantees that that you won't get two different leaders selected within the same cluster. It waits until the partitioning is healed before you actually get a leadership change. There's stuff like that. The worst case is that your cluster will go on without a leader. And that in the situation without a leader, you can still read the state of the game. So let me demonstrate that. Let me go and kill the leader. We didn't need him anyway, right? He's process number 10, so let me find him. And watch what happens, like these lovely slimes moving around, and they're all happy, and I kill the leader, right? First thing you'll notice is that this says, it goes red, we can't talk to the leader. But notice another thing happening, the slimes aren't moving anymore. I can still connect to the game and see where the slimes are, but any change that we request from the cluster, it's like, okay, you gotta wait, because we haven't elected a leader yet. Once a leader does get elected, it'll probably be either 11 or 12, and then the state can continue and 10 will come back on as a follower. I don't know why it's not coming back up right now. Who's the leader? Oh, 10 became the leader again. Oh, okay, there's a bug on my front end where the leader comes back up again, I think. Why is this not loading now? Oh, it's a Chrome problem. I think my Chrome is stuck. All right. Okay, it came back up. I wanted to show the situation where we kill the leader and a different server becomes the leader. But yeah, while the leader is dead, you can't continue until there's an election to raise a new leader, or the server can come back and become the leader again. Where is the window? If I were to kill a follower, though, we don't see that happen. So let me kill like 11, for example. Or 12. So I killed 12. And, oh, 12 must have been the one running our camera. So the state of the cluster still continues, but 12 had to be rebooted. So let's do that again in a way that you can actually see it go red. So it goes red, 12 is crashed, but the slimes are still moving around because 10 and 11 continue expanding the log. 12 comes back and it just gets a download from 10 again of what it missed while it had crashed, and 12 will catch up and join again. So there's no real observed impact to a follower going down unless a client was connected to it. Like you saw my camera wig out once because our camera was being served to us from server 12. And but if you kill a leader, you get the whole cluster pauses until you can elect a new leader, and the election timeout is pretty long the way I have this set up. So I killed 10, it restarted, and now all the servers are sitting there waiting for an election timeout. And there we go. We had an election timeout, and 10 became the leader again. Wow, it's persistent. Looks like I have a problem with Chrome when hey, look at this. There's something wrong with Chrome when I lose the camera. It's like everything paused. I think I might know what it is. So it's a bug in my JavaScript stuff when it drops it when a connection to the leader is dropped. Right? Because the cluster is going, it's just my front end is all screwed up. Page unresponsive. Let's just exit the page and reload. Interesting. Interesting bugs. The other thing you'll notice, whenever the leader gets killed, the raft generation or election cycle changes. Every time you raise a new election, that generation number increases. So, I have another thing I'm thinking of is I have bugs. Demonstrating raft is showing me a bunch of other bugs that I have. Anyway, I don't want to get too sidetracked, right? We talked about raft for a while. Let me go back to this. Is this done? I think what I want to do is have this special case where clicking that will do nothing. Hold on. Let me make the center one a special case. I don't think I'm going to ever have to need to do this flipping thing. What if clicking this just turns it all off? And by off, it means every direction can see it, which would be 15, right? So Alt F4, I don't know if I explained that really well. I hope I did. You were asking me earlier, like, do I have a lot of experience in infrastructure? The answer is really no. Raft is like one of my very first forays into understanding how complex networked architectures work, and all I can say is that I constantly run into bugs and failures, and we learn from our failures. So the longer I go with it, the more I'm going to learn, the better it'll be. But right now, I still feel like a noob. I need to understand now what needs to be and what doesn't. I see. I would just encourage to get second opinions and do your own research and see if it matches up what I'm saying. Okay, I want to look at the tile select modal again. I want this one to be a special case. Maybe I just make a special case here for this one, maybe. Yeah, let's make this a special case. So what if I click the center button? Let's just have it turn it all off. So that would be if the mask is 15. Yeah. If it's null or mask is 15, then we're choosing 0, and then it would be 15. And then I want to have a special thing where this should only be added if it's not 15, I think. So how would I do that here? I would actually need to make it null and then remove it from the component if it's null. I think it would actually already do that. So this would be new mask is 15, then it's null. Otherwise, it's the new mask. Let me see if that works. Oh, amazing! I already have clusters and leader selection. Well, I did that in about a year ago, actually, and it took me a couple months. So I've been working on this for 305 streams now. I think it would be more amazing if I did it in a day or two. But yeah, it took me like a good couple months to get to where I am. Okay. And yeah, it's still got bugs. Okay, if it's 15, I think that's just an artifact of what I had before. Let's just set it to 1. And then turn it off. Okay, 0 needs to be special too. Yes, so let's just break that out. It's really if it's 15 or 0. I don't want to allow it. 0 doesn't make sense to me. That you can't see it. It's there, but you can't see it. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm gonna let's just remove it manually, and then so turn on a direction, and then turn off that direction. Didn't do the right thing. Oh, it actually put null in there. Okay, so it's not enough to say null. Probably where we send it, it also has to be null too. That would be back here, right? Here. Gosh, how am I going to do that? Can I actually say undefined here? Is that allowed? Can I do that? That would be so convenient if I could. Turn it on, and then turn it off. Oh, it worked. Nice. So it actually removed the key. Sweet. So we added the key, then removed it. Sweet. I'm gonna check it in. I love it. All right. This is an independent fix. So this is fix problem with fix CSS problem with keys values. So the justify self from keys values was reaching into distant descendants. I don't know how to spell it right. I hope I'm spelling it right. Rather than just its immediate children as design, which was the intent. Okay, commit that. Okay, so we're including a bunch of details now with that. So there is a name, but where's the direction? Oh, that's missing, isn't it? I forgot to add that. That's modal reducer. There is no direction mask. Direction mask. So that ought to be like null to begin with, right? Or anything null-ish. I'd rather actually have it in the shape, though. I should probably verify that doesn't break anything. So turn it on, turn it off, and then let's make sure that this still works. Oh, that broke because the label wasn't pulled in to begin with. So I need to fix that before I commit. Okay, let's fix that. That was in this one, right? So the avatar, it is pulling in the name. Oh, that's when it comes back. When it goes in, it should be name, avatar, name. Yes, okay. Now it says GM. GM2! It's GM 2.0! And if I set a direction, it will use... No, it'll ignore it. Because it doesn't matter. I don't want a directional GM tile. That's stupid. Okay. I could manually do it here, though. And if I do that and I go back here, it'll probably turn it off. Yep, that's exactly what I want. So refresh, it'll be gone. Okay, got it. Cool. So it's added to the shape. There's where we set it. Right now, it's a details object, and we pull out what we need. And we send in what it needs. Same thing here. Okay. I guess I don't need that anymore. That's tile select modal CSS, this thing. So this is to undo the that should actually go down here, shouldn't it? The button. Versus that. Oh. What effect does that have? Yeah. It's for the whole control now, the font size has changed. That's probably better. It's undoing the default button font size increasing. Okay, we'll go with that. And that's a hack. Should I probably annotate that this is a hack? This is a total hack. Fix me, or to do. This is a total hack. What I'm trying to do with this is to prevent the direction grid from being stretched to fill the entire horizontal grids, horizontal space provided by the grid, the outer grid, provided by the outer grid cell it's in. So prevent the direction grid from being stretched to fill the entire horizontal space provided by the outer grid cell it's in. And that isn't shown here. I should say what it is. In this case, it's keys values. There we go. Did I try display inline block? I did. I'll show you what it does. Inline block. If I do that, it still stretches. And there might be another way to add on to the maybe another tag in addition to display inline block, but it's basically the grid cell is forcing it to be that wide. Yeah, there's probably some trick that I'm missing. It's all good, you know. I just mark it as a hack. Then when I get better at CSS, I can go look at this and say, "Ha, past Raimu was so bad at CSS." And then fix it at that point, right? And then we'll all be happy. I'll get a good laugh in some future date, or maybe the next person that works on this will get a nice laugh, and it'll all be good. Cool. So this is add name and direction mask to tile select modal. Perfect. It ain't that hacky. It just feels hacky. It feels hacky. That's the problem with me. Or maybe I learn later that it's not a hack at all, and then I just do this. It's like perfectly legit. Oh, you're welcome, Alt F4 stream. I feel like I didn't answer it very well, though. Okay. Mouse wheel to adjust paint depth. Sure. So what I was thinking there is, actually I just noticed something. If I hit escape, it doesn't cancel. Kind of want escape to cancel. CSS is like art, no two styles are the same. Is that right? See, I'm not very good at art. Maybe that's why I get uncomfortable with CSS. Okay, the idea here was I might be painting some area up here, right? And That's another thing, is I can't scroll while I'm painting. Ooh. What happens if I arrow key from here? Oh, actually that does work. I can arrow key from here and that moves the camera. But I can't, like, it would be nice if I could scroll some other way. Because I'm going to be using the mouse. Actually, you know, WASD works, so I'm okay. So let's say I'm painting something up here, and let's add a little grassy area over here, and let's say I want to start adding some trees. Oops, the tree put a hole in the ground, right? So what I really am going to be doing a lot is I'll be painting the background layer, and then I'm going to want to, bloop, go to depth 1 to add the foreground layer. Maybe add a little fountain here, who knows, right? So it's really, I find it inconvenient to move the mouse over to here. I'm thinking like if I mouse wheel up and down to change the depth, that would be more convenient than manually clicking these buttons, or even worse, actually typing something in there, right? So I'm thinking mouse wheel. So let me see if I can figure out how to do the mouse wheel in, would it be phaser? Yeah, so that's stage.js. On mouse, on pointer or something like that, right? On pointer move, there was like an on mouse button. Pointer down, that's what it was. So that would always interact. So is the mouse wheel in a pointer down? Let me see. Console.log pointer down, pointer, control mouse wheel. Oh, like to scroll, yeah. I don't know. I get myself into trouble by having too many modifier keys. I'm like, was it Control Alt or was it Shift Control or yeah? Okay, so popping that up. So when I click, that's a pointer down. Right click is also a pointer down, but the buttons is 2 instead of 1. What's a mouse wheel? Mouse wheel is not a pointer down. Okay, not a pointer down. So what is it? I guess we're gonna have to look at Phaser's documentation. Whee! Here we go. Phaser's documentation. Phaser.io. List all shortcuts in a panel somewhere. Don't I have a bug request for that? Or a ticket for that? Let me find. I'll reuse this window to go to my GitHub. I think I might already have this in here. Commands. Command list? Oh, maybe not. Why don't I have a ticket? This has been requested before. Interesting. No. Right, that was Playing with Scissors asking for that bug. Maybe no one's ever has asked it. Interesting. Huh, okay, well, I guess we'll add it then. I've seen a couple other streamers would have like a link to a page that you go to see what are the current commands. Let me just make a new issue and put it there. So, yeah, provide a list of, I don't know, not all commands, but maybe common. Let's just say provide lists of commands to viewers. So we could make an API, and I guess example app companion to the game or / stream to show commands. And we could also show either common command. So some people might want to not want to like search through the entire command list. So they might want to show either common commands or maybe commands I choose to list, or all the commands, or all the commands available based on your role. Another thing is we could just add common command list to the stream panels. What else could I do? There could be add a commands command to whisper back. Either lists of commands or link to the list or something like that. There we go. So what's the label for this? This would be like a feature request enhancement. There we go. Submit issue. Now I will not forget. Oh look, it's 2 to the 8. 256. All right, I hate this website, but I'll endure it. So what am I looking for? It is what is the thing that we're interacting with for on pointer down, for example? Input. So there's something called an input manager, I guess. Input plugin. And it'll have a method on. Right, but there was like a trick you had to. I think it was through examples I figured this out. I had to go back to the phaser examples and find examples of pointer events or something. Tutorials. There we go. Oh, maybe not tutorial. I went example. It's not API docs. It's not this one. What is it? Examples. Here we go. There should be one for input. Input. Camera, cursors, DOM events, gamepad, keyboard, mouse. Here we go. Mouse. Is there a mouse wheel? Mouse down. Oh, mouse wheel. Found it. All right. Learning by example. The magic on is wheel. Got it. Actually meant the interface shortcuts of pointer, mouse, wheel, and stuff. Oh, you mean like in the game? That's actually a good idea too. Let me give you 2 points. Oh, there are a lot of names that start with the THE, aren't there? There, I'll give you 2 points. And let me put that in too. Which window was that? This one. New. So all games have this, right? Add a... Actually, I want it to be where you can change the keybinds too. Add a panel for listing keybinds and gestures, allowing users, well, let's just make this the comment here. Allowing users to change them if desired, reset them to defaults, etc. So this is keybind gesture list editor. There we go. This is an enhancement. Submit. 1 sentence, 2 feature requests. I know. You're inspiring me. That's what it is. Okay, so what I was going for with phaser was wheel, right? It's going to get... The thing I don't like about the documentation is I bet it would be really hard to find this string wheel in the docs themselves. Right? Maybe is there a search thing that we can look? No, I'm curious. If I started on API docs, could I actually find that string wheel anywhere? Okay, here's one thing I absolutely hate. See how it was showing me this red circle with the slash? It wouldn't let me type there at first, and I don't know why. Maybe it was loading or something. I hate it when they have input boxes and they say, nope, you're not allowed to type in there. Wheel. Will that be listed anywhere? Aha. So maybe I just need to get used to this. Actually, where's wheel here? There's pointer wheel. So we have to find it through pointer wheel, and then we see, oh, there's the string wheel. How else could we have found wheel the string? Class pointer? And where is wheel here? Yeah, it's just delta. What are these things? I don't even know what this is. Is this an event? It just encapsulates input. Okay, I don't really understand that, but where else is the wheel the string? I don't even know what this is. It's a static integer that represents mouse wheel. I don't know. I hate this documentation. What does this mean? The mouse wheel changes. Type integer. WTF. It's a constant, okay, but what is a constant? It just represents the concept of the mouse wheel changing? I guess so. Oh, there's the box I can't type in now. You're not allowed to search. Oh, now you are. Classes. Yeah, like, okay, the other thing I don't like, I should just make a huge list or maybe a blog post about the things I don't like about Phaser's documentation. The search results has useless button, like, bullet points, like classes. Okay, well, can you give me a little bit more about, like, context, please? Because otherwise I gotta click in here, and now, oh, I lost my search results. Guess I have to go search again. I can't go back. So really I have to train myself that once I get the search results, which I can't, I have to actually wait before I can search. Now I should always control click or right click. Let's just do control click. So I would control click to get to one of these things, so I don't lose my search results. Why would you put search results in a modal? There's just so many things here I don't like. And like when you click it, there's no context. Okay, where was the? It didn't put me on any reasonable anchor, right? If I click that, it should start me out at an anchor that has wheel on it, and not force me to search for it. Yeah, it's just there are just so many terrible user experience things with this. I guess it's because it's all auto-generated from some documentation generator, right? Am I complaining too much? I'm probably complaining too much. Anyway, let's stop complaining and actually get work done again. So, the wheel. The other thing I didn't like about the event thing is that you just have to kind of know what the arguments are for the wheel event. Hey there, Mamba. You just missed me complaining, or maybe you saw it and now you're speaking up now that I'm done complaining. On the bus goes round and round. Yeah, I should not complain. I found the information I needed, and let's just move on. So I will be adding this, right? I suppose any of these places are near enough. Scene input on wheel, on mouse wheel. Oh, guess who's returning to base? He has returned to base. I know, no more complaining. I should have like a complain command. Add complain. Raimu, stop complaining and get back to work. There, complain. Streamer, stop complaining. All right. Const that, and then we're learning from the example that we get pointer, game objects, delta x, delta y, delta z. So I suppose I'll just copy all that stuff because I don't really need game objects, but I do need those other deltas. I just don't know what they mean yet because the documentation doesn't really tell me. So I will find out experimentally. I will do a console.log mouse wheel, and I'm just going to list the things that look promising. Probably like delta x maybe. Can I do multiple things here? What happens if I do that? I'm not getting anything from my mouse wheel. I feel gypped. It's like a ripoff. Did I not save that? Oh, do I have to do mouse.on? I should just look back at the example. No, they did this input on. I just didn't get any feedback for it. Yeah, it's not a function, so maybe I need to click it first before it will work. Complain more. Explain? What would you like the explain command to be? Yeah, the mouse wheel doesn't seem to work. I wonder, does the example here work? Does, but it's also scrolling. How do I keep it from scrolling? Okay, what am I missing here? Did I misspell wheel? No. I don't get it. This is phaser 3, right? Is that Java? No, this is JavaScript. This is a JavaScript library called Phaser that I'm using to draw the graphics in my game over here. And I'm trying to hook the mouse wheel for the purposes of like changing the paint depth while I'm painting in my game. So let's say I'm drawing, actually let's draw some grass here and I want to put a tree here. Rather than replacing the grass with a tree, I actually want to put the depth higher than 0, then paint a tree. And then like maybe go back to drawing more stuff. Like let's put some water over here. So I have to go back to 0 and then paint the water. And I forget to do the depth, then I'll be putting water at the wrong depth. So I'd like to like, without leaving this area with my mouse, like maybe mouse up and down, and maybe even show something in the tip next to the cursor saying what I'm painting at, in addition to changing this number. And so I'm trying to hook mouse wheel in with phaser, and I have it where mouse wheel event should be doing a console log, and it's not doing anything when I do the mouse wheel there. So there's something wrong with this, or how it's hooked. That should be a Z, by the way. What would it be? I don't know. I'm trying to think like what would stop if it's working in this example right here. Although it's kind of hard to see because it's also scrolling the window, which is sort of messed up. How do I wish I could lock this scroll bar. Can you just say, hey, scroll bar lock, so that the scroll goes to just this? They're doing what I think is the same as what I'm doing. Input on, the same way you do input on other things. Wheel, and then a function that takes those arguments. So there's my function that takes those arguments. What's different? I can't tell. Game input mouse wheel callback? So I'm just going off a phaser example, and they have the input plugin has an on method. Oh, and I lost that text page. So let me find it again. I was complaining about this documentation and I closed it. I waited dutifully until I could search, and then I could search for wheel, and then I found what was it? One of these. I think it was this one. Right. Has a they actually had 2 of them, right? Game object pointer wheel, and then they also had pointer wheel. And it said, listen to this event from within the scene using this input on wheel listener. And higher up event handlers can stop the propagation of this event. I wonder if that's what's happening. You don't really need the phaser mouse wheel. You could just add it to the canvas. Yeah, I think that's what this is implying. I could just do it outside of phaser, right? Yeah, maybe that's what I need to do. I'm kind of bummed that this is being blocked somehow. What would help is TypeScript? Nah. I think that it's being blocked from entering or leaving phaser for some reason. What Game. Oh, so a game object can have a wheel listener. Wait a minute. What's the difference between game object pointer wheel? If a pointer has a wheel moved while over it, what is a pointer? I don't know. I don't know what a pointer is. But then there's the game object wheel, and this is the overall scene. This is the one I'm trying to use, and it's not working. Yeah, this scene is what we get back from phaser init. And that's what they're doing in the example, right? Well, they have it on create. It's the this. I hate it when people use this in JavaScript. The this. Right, so I just took the this from phaser init. I'm assuming that this the same thing you get from init is the same thing you get from all of these callbacks, including create. So it would be, for me, this becomes stage.scene. So it's this dot input dot on, the same thing that they're doing. I must have something else that's capturing the wheel event. I wonder if there's a way for me to inspect that and find it here. Where would it be found? In the DOM, I guess? Can I inspect that element and look at, let's detach it. And we're looking at the overall canvas, right? Can I look at the event listeners and find wheel here? I guess it's called something else. What is it called in the DOM? I mean, there's mouse down and mouse move. Where's the wheel though? Yeah, I'm looking for it. Maybe I just don't know what to look for. Scroll? Aha. Okay. Thank you, Alt F4 stream. Okay, so what does this mean? React has attached a handler to it? Huh. The wheel is being handled in React somewhere. React, you are handling my wheel for me. Just to confirm I understand this, the mouse down should be captured in my phaser stuff, right? Wait a minute. Right, the canvas itself. In a phaser mouse manager, yes. So there's a difference there. The canvas isn't the mouse manager from phaser is not actually handling scroll. That's weird. Drop React. So, but is React removing the handler from scroll or overriding it, or did phaser just never register it for some reason? On scroll never fires. Look at that. We shall. Are we saying the mouse wheel is broken for React? Okay. Wait a minute. It got closed for what reason? You need to attach a scroll handler to the window by hand. I would assume that's what phaser's doing. Why would phaser not do that? Or is React doing something? Yeah, I would assume phaser would just do this for me, unless React is somehow getting in the way. All right, I guess we'll do it ourselves then. Oh, I have to enable scroll? Because this is a single page app. Could that be the problem? There is no overall scrolling for the window, so maybe it's disabled. Oh, they just attach it to the overall document. Ew. Enable scroll. Okay, well, let's see if I can attach it. I guess I can just do it here, right? Because this will be called only once. When the wind blows south and one of the royals is stepped down, you should see scrolling. Yep. Is that what they actually said? No. But something like that. Okay, so this doesn't work. So we're saying we can do a document, and I'm just going to cheat and see what they did. Add event listener. Wheel, or is it on scroll? Scroll. Actually, just out of curiosity, I wonder if this would have worked if I did scroll. Probably not, but who knows? Maybe. Nope. Pointer. Yeah, we're not happening. Okay, so that is a bust. So scroll. Okay, so I get a this? What? No, it's just an event, right? Do I need anything from the event? Maybe. Let's look at it. Console.log. Scroll? Event. And I want to actually capture it like that, right? So that it's permanent. I get a shallow copy of it. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I don't suppose wheel will work. Oh, wheel works. Okay, so why is it sometimes wheel and sometimes scroll? Probably should search for this, right? DOM wheel versus scroll. The wheel event, sure. That's really what I want. I want wheel. So what's the difference between wheel? Don't confuse the wheel event with the scroll event. The default action of wheel is implementation specific. It doesn't necessarily dispatch a scroll. Even when it does, the delta doesn't reflect the direction. Do not rely on wheel's delta properties to get the scrolling direction. Instead, detect values, changes a scroll left and scroll top of the target of the scroll event. Weird. It's available everywhere, even Internet Explorer. So this is the I guess this is the raw event, and the scroll is how the wheel is interpreted by an element. You Google this phaser mouse wheel up and wheel down. Oh, you might be onto something there. Tanek. I might need that. There might be two different events here. I don't know if that interferes, so I'm going to comment out. What if it's like a wheel up or something? Okay, of course I'm just guessing. So this probably won't work. Nope, didn't work. So I don't suppose there's examples of it. Phaser, wheel up. Ooh, here we go. What is this? This is someone's notes, I guess? And it looks like it's some plugin that they made. I mean, I guess I could look at Phaser 2. But I'm on Phaser 3, so it might not apply. Phaser itself doesn't have any abstractions to deal with mouse wheel, since its focus is on cross-device, but you can use standard browser events. Okay. So why do they have it in... There are these two constants. Wheel delta will contain... Okay. So yeah, that was mentioned in chat too, right? There's a mouse wheel callback, but is that in Phaser... Maybe that was in Phaser 2. I didn't copy what I wanted, did it? Can I just copy, please? With Control-C? Please? Yes. All right. Nope, no results. So maybe it's a phaser 2 thing. How would I find that? Phaser and go to version 2. Do they have a version 2 docs? You would think that they would have like, click here for version 2. I don't know. Please, can I have version 2 docs? All right, Google it. Phaser 2 docs. Interesting. Seems like I'm going through a... Aha, it's a secret link. Okay. Learn from Phaser. There's no search at this level. Dang it. Okay. So that would be math from input. Input manager. Ooh, this is even worse than the Phaser 3 docs. Okay, is there a wheel? Or, callback? Okay, am I in the right context? I need to go to mouse, actually. Mouse. Mouse is the mouse input manager. Okay, and then here there is a callback, right? Mouse wheel callback. So, I'm guessing that in Phaser 3 it's just totally different. They have the input manager, or the input plugin. Okay, they have an input manager, but can I get to the mouse directly? I can. There is a mouse manager. Does it have... Oh, there's an on mouse wheel function member. Interesting. You found it. Don't know, 2 or 3. Ooh. Oh, it's working. But what we're using? We don't know what version of Phaser we're using. Oh, look at that guy. He's cute. Settings. JavaScript. What version of Phaser? It is Phaser CE2. So yeah, I'm not surprised that it works with mouse wheel callback if that's what you're using. Mouse wheel dot callback. It's yet another way we could do it. Yeah, anyway, It's a member. Are we allowed to change it though? Don't know. So much stuff I don't know. I'm mostly comfortable looking at their examples. The only problem is this example didn't work for me. But that might be because of React, who knows? Anyway, this was working, right? Let me just go with this for now. And let me look at what that event had in it. Wait a minute, it's just is trusted, and that's the only thing I get? That can't be right. What if, well, thank you for that follow. Can I see what other, actually, that should have been in the MDN, right? Okay, we get an interface and I have to use it. Where is the example? There's a delta Y. What else is there on this thing? Wheel event, let's look. Delta X, delta Y, yeah, so I have to actually read it. How come I couldn't see it in the debug? Is it because I'm using this? So if I just do that, I might be able to see it if I just don't move it? I forget how to do deep copies of events, though. That's the problem. So if I don't move, like this might be reused, so it actually might change as I'm looking at it. Or it might be new or old or something. Okay, so it might be the delta y that we're looking at, right? Yeah, okay. So delta y? All right. Who knows if it's different on different OSs? So if I scroll up, it's, or if I move the wheel with my finger away from my hand, it's negative, and towards my hand, it's positive. How do I want to interpret that? It's for me right now, right? So I'm going to say if it's a negative number, we're going to go up in depth, and if it's a positive number, we'll go down. Ignore phaser, just ignore and use the normal. Does that? I can do that. I'm going to adjust it a little bit because it's not HTML technically, it's DOM, right? Ignore phaser. Just ignore it and use the normal DOM one. Ask why you're making the front end game client React. It's not due to portability, it's that why was the reason? When I was researching how do you write applications in JavaScript, I quickly ran into a lot of stuff saying use Angular, Vue, or React. And I looked at Angular, and you had to know TypeScript. And so then I went to React. I'm like, oh, I don't need to know TypeScript. And I follow along the tutorials, and I talked to some other people. I'm like, I kind of like this React thing. So it was mostly just that's the path I ended up wandering along. So it was not out of any plan or reason, you could say. I could have just as easily been doing all this in Angular or Vue or something else. The only reason, the only guiding factor was I wanted it to run in the browser because I don't want to have to mess with porting this to Linux or the Mac, because I've done that stuff in the past and it really wasn't something I was interested in doing. Oh, I guess I had a secondary reason. I wanted to learn some of the JavaScript stuff to add to my resume. And if I ever have the desire or need to do something as a web app, now I've dipped my toes in that, and I have some starting points now. Dabbled with React yourself, mainly a backend guy. Yeah, so I was mainly a full stack traditional developer where we didn't use the web. I would use something like Windows Presentation Foundation or GTK or something else to make the front end and actually build it as an executable, right? An exe in Windows and all that. But it's always attracted me that to see people put apps on the web and to hear that, oh, you just construct an app in a framework or collection of libraries that now you can run in any browser. I'm like, that's pretty cool. I should at least learn how to do some of that stuff. So this was like an excuse to learn that, really. Okay, so if I want to use this mouse event to change the depth, I only want to do it inside of this element. Can I restrict it to be just if I'm just in that element? Because now it's going to do it anywhere. If I can I look at the target, or can I bind it to just the canvas? That would be nice. Where do I bind this to the canvas in the first place? I probably have an element called stage. Oh, thank you for that follow. Do I call it canvas? No. It should be here somewhere. Oh, where we create it, we need to give phaser a reference, right? So there's a config. Oh, I think it's through ID. Was it here? One of these, you tell it where to put it. Where is it? Or was it just, is it just hard-coded in phaser? It might be. This element. Not looking at the styles, but the DOM. It has a class or something attached to it. Oh, ID stage. Okay, so I'm looking for the word stage. Whole word. Here it is. Now, it's also used one of these. Oh, that's everywhere. Shoot. It's going to be the string stage, right? There we go. Parent. So it's by ID. So I can say document dot get element by ID stage, right? Dot add event listener. I just want to attach it to that rectangle. That should work, right? Yay! It only scrolls when I'm in this window. That's exactly what I wanted. Cool. So now we can pass that on mouse wheel, the thing I wanted in the first place, and we'll pass in event.delta y, which is, well, let's interpret that, right? Let's, if I scroll what I think to be up, it gives me a negative number. So let's just make it real simple. If that's less than 0, then it's up. Otherwise, it's down. Now, what are up and down? They should not exist, so I'm going to make constants for them. So how do we do enums in JS? Just do this. Up is 1, down is... Up is 0, down is 1, or something like that. Okay, see you, Spheres. Thanks for being here. How am I doing on time? Not so well. Got another hour. Down. Too many things named down. Let's be more specific here. Mouse wheel down. Let me grab that, please. Just that. I'm fighting my editor. There and there. There we go. Now when I search, I'll just find that. Okay. And this, we can say, just keep it simple. This is just direction. If direction is mouse wheel up, and otherwise it's down, right? I'm going to increase the selected depth. So how do I do that right now? That is stored in the reducer for, I can't remember. But we use it in paint depth selection. The world reducer, paint depth. Okay, world reducer. Admin world reducer. Paint depth. So what sets it? Set paint depth does. So that's exactly what I need. So I'm going to do, do I have access to the dispatcher here, this scope? I do! Excellent. Dispatch actions dot set paint depth. And what do we need? We need paint depth. So that'll be, paint depth will be whatever paint depth was. So that's get state. We should probably just pull this out, right? So const paint depth is that world paint depth. Actually, why am I making it const? Let's make it a let. And then I'll just pull this out and put it there. And then just say paint depth. And then this will be paint depth minus equal or plus equals 1. Otherwise, it's minus equals 1. There we go. Hey there, calculator. How are you today? Oh, I also didn't say hi to Skarsh, who's asking me about why I'm making the front-end game in React, and then Teton, who was helping out with looking stuff up in React in Phaser. And let me give you a point for the help there. By the way, I'm okay, calculator. I'm kind of struggling a little bit with certain things and trying to get Phaser to do certain things. Like I couldn't get Phaser to tell me when the mouse wheel moves, so I'm having to go directly to the DOM, which made me sad. But you know, we move on. Trying to add it so when I do the mouse wheel that it changes the paint depth that I'm using, and I have a syntax error here right now. On line 1728, that would probably be because I forgot a parentheses there. All right. Hey there, Orge. Or it's Riven. Okay, pain depth. Although my pain is pretty deep, I really want paint depth. The file's getting huge. Yeah, this file is middleware to do everything within this quadrant of the screen. So I probably should split it up, right? Because there should be a part that deals with particle effects, there should be a part that deals with the normal sprites, and I should probably have a separate part for all of these interactions, right? Yeah, it probably needs to be refactored. It's friggin' huge. It's over 2,000 lines long, but let's see if this works now. So if I'm up here, it didn't work. I'm doing the mouse wheel and it's not changing the paint depth. Is it actually dispatching an action though? It is, but let me pause it. Why is this not having any effect? Oh, it's null. Okay, that's bad. Did I misspell something here? That is where this variable is declared, is it not? It looks right. Why would it be null? Set paint. Yeah, it doesn't actually change anything if it's null. Why? What's the state right now? Admin world. Paint depth isn't even there. It got removed? Okay, so let's undock the thing and set it. So that should have added one here. Oh, I paused it. Okay, let's do that again. Scroll that, and then, yeah, that sets it to 2. Okay, so then what does actually mouse wheeling here do? Okay, it did change it, but it's not reflected up here for some reason. Okay, changed it once, and... Oh, I see. It's depth, not paint depth. Got it. Depth. So I must have misread it when I was looking at this reducer. Yep, I misread it. Okay, that's probably what it was. Try again. Okay, cool. It works. I think additionally, I don't want it to do it if I'm not on that screen. So that's when we're in interaction mode entities. Right? In here, entities. How do I find this? Get state session panel active panel is entities. So if that is not equal to entities, return. So that would only do it when I'm on that panel. So go to that panel, I can do it, and then I go to another panel, and then go back, and it didn't change. Nice. Okay. This would have been prevented with TypeScript? Of course it would be prevented, but then I would have not be having so much fun messing up. So paint that, cool. And I can erase that. I actually like this. I can paint faster now. So I just have to remember to flip up and then flip back down to go back and do terrain. And then maybe to add a fountain, I gotta flip up and back down. I like it. Yeah, you can also ignore the action if the state isn't on this page. Yeah, that's what this does right here. So it's a single page app, so to know what tab I'm on, that's the active panel in the panel in this path in this reducer path. So if it's not on this entities panel, then we're ignoring the mouse wheel right now. Probably what would be better is that we have in the other place I had like handlers, so depending on what panel we're on, mouse wheel might do something different, but I'm just being sloppy right now. Inside the reducer, not your components. But there are other places where I might set the paint depth, so I can set it here as well, right? But mouse wheeling, it shouldn't change it here. Actually, mouse wheeling, it should change it there. No, actually, no, it shouldn't. That is reserved for if I'm painting this way. Yeah, so the depth being stored in Redux, um, Redux doesn't care. Redux, I don't think should care what panel I'm on, should it? Or maybe you're right. Maybe I have a point. So you're saying that I should just ignore this action. I should have the reducer ignore the action if that. So I'd have to put them in the same reducer, wouldn't I? They're right now in two different reducers. And I don't know how to have one reducer get state. Actually, it can. Yeah, how do you have one reducer get the state of another reducer? I don't think you can, right? This is all state management. Even if the action is fired, the state would have to choose what to accept or not. Yeah, so right now the reducer just always just does what it's told. So in here, whenever you fire set paint depth, it just sets it. It does what it's told, right? And then the logic to actually do it or not right now is in my middleware. If you happen to be mouse wheeling over this, then you're changing the paint depth if you're on the correct panel. The reason why I'm being selective about the panel is I might be here and accidentally be mouse wheeling and then not notice I'm changing the paint depth. But here I'll notice that I'm changing it. I'll see it with my eye. Although maybe it's not, maybe I don't need this. Maybe that's not needed. If I mouse wheel somewhere else here and then I come back and it's like negative 200, maybe it's enough to have like a reset. I'll have to think about it. Connect. Are you talking about how we connect React and Redux? Yeah. Definitely. I think I'll just commit this so far. I'm not sure if I'm done yet though, because I'm listening to what you guys are saying and considering that this might not be the ideal way to do it, but this is at least one way to do it. So we'll call it a work in progress using the mouse wheel to as convenient way to change paint depth. That's too long, so we're going to make that the body. I want the work in progress part to be up here. Work in progress using mouse wheel support. Use the mouse wheel from the stage middleware as a convenient way to change the paint depth. All right. Go with that. Okay. I don't think I've updated my current task in like 2 hours. Yeah, I've totally messed up on that. That should, for the last hour, it should have said that I'm doing that. Okay. I'm gonna put that off to the side for now and maybe do this next. Show our monster spawners. Oh, so we get to do a little bit of a language change now, because this is actually controlled by the back end. We'll have to change the front end too. So show where monster spawners are located in the world. There we go. Let's do the front end aspect of this. So there is a part of the stage that deals with drawing these rotating squares that are marking special spots in the world. So if I collect it, you'll see that it has a trigger component, right? The back end of the game translates the fact that we have a trigger there. A trigger with a position gets translated to a sprite that has a special. So there will be something called a special. And that shows up one of these places. Yeah, here it is. If the special is the string trigger, we're going to make a red rotating square. If it's special type access, it make it green. And a type access example would be if I like made a secret wall here. So the way I make a secret wall, actually I don't even have a convenient way of doing that. It's on the tile, I think. Is it the tile? An A key? Saying you can access it if you can walk on the ground there. Yeah, so now there's a green rotating square there. And if you were in the game, you could actually walk through that wall or mountains, even if you couldn't normally walk through mountains. So on the front end, let's add another one. Do I just pick a different color or just make it the same color? It really doesn't need to be different colors. I'll just use red again, and I'll say spawner. So now that's all I need to do in the front end. So we'll mark special things marked as spawners as red. How are the tiles and everything stored? That's a good question. Right now, it's a simple blob storage that is a huge composite of all the game objects. So there are lots of different kinds of game objects. A background tile will have a position and a tile blob, and these get tied together because they both are attached to entity 7575, which is that spot in the world. But something more elaborate, like one of these slimes, will have a bunch of other components, like a huge NPC blob. And right now I'm picking JSON as the data format. In the future, it'll probably be binary in order to make the game scale without doing a ton of JSON parsing and stringification. Right now it's JSON though. So all the little bits and pieces and variables that make this slime an actual monster are shoved into that NPC blob. And there's some other auxiliary things like caps is movement capability. So if I set that from a 1 to a 2 or a 3, the slime will be able to swim across the water there. Random stuff like that. So all of these are collected together in a huge JSON. You can imagine at the very top level, the JSON will have a components object within it, and that object will be a huge array of components, and each one has a type and a details section. Yeah, binary would be appropriate here. Because it's JSON, the side effects are that the server is a little bit slowed down by a lot of JSON parsing. Whenever I profile the server, the predominant waste of time is JSON parsing. The other thing is when the game server starts up and is deserializing all the game objects from disk, it's doing a ton of JSON parsing, and actually on production server it's taking like 12 seconds to start up the server because it's having to read everything in the game worlds and parse them. So making it binary would speed that up, because if you do it right, you can translate directly from the bytes stored in the file to what you have in memory, and it would be much faster. With the cost of that, I wouldn't be able to look at the game save file and be able to understand it without a tool. You not done any game dev before? Is the level represented as 2D array? That's one way to do it, but I am using more of a hash table approach. You can think of it that way. So every thing that you see in this screen is an entity which has a position tile, or a position and a tile component. If something has a tile, like one of these guys, these are tiles, but they don't have positions in the game, so they're outside the world. And if something is a position and not a tile, then it's in the game, but it's not visible. So it's the combination of a tile and a position that gives something a position in the world that's visible. And then what the game server is constantly doing is every time a camera moves, like I'm moving my game camera here, it's going through all of the positions that you can see. It's basically a loop, like a scan lines in an old CRT monitor. It's looking and seeing, are there any entities in the world at these positions? And the way it does it is it scans all game components that have positions X and Y that are the numbers that match where these are in the world relative to the camera in the same zone, right? If I change the zone, for example, of my camera, let me find my camera. Here's my camera, right? If I change the zone component of my camera, everything disappears because I'm in a zone that doesn't match, right? I go back and they reappear. If I didn't cache any information, it would be looping through all position components in the entire game and looking for where we hit things. It'd be like raycasting, but that's really slow. So I do have one speed improvement in the game where every time you add, change, or remove a position component, it goes and updates a hash table. It basically hashes the X and Y's and Z's together so that we can really quickly find, given any position in the world, what are the specific entities there. I call that a position index. So the position index is a hash table, which is a cache of all the position components in the game based off of X, Y, and Z, and then the actual data itself is stored in a much larger hash, or I guess really you can think of it as a map from entity number to a list of components. That's one way you can think of it. So it's not arranged in memory like it is on the screen. It's a bunch of hash tables. Could you write as binary to storage, but read-write to the browser still in JSON? That's probably what I'll do for debugging that noob. I'll have both systems in parallel when I have the debugging turned on, so that I can see it in JSON. And then when I'm no longer debugging, I can turn off the JSON part and then let the server run faster, but then lose debugging access. So yeah, you're on the right track of what I'll probably end up doing. So yeah, when you look at this, it's sort of natural to assume that this is stored as a 2D array, but it's not. It's I'm trying to fit it into the entity component model. So that's based off of these concepts, that everything in the game split it along 3 dimensions. There's the identity dimension, which is represented by these unique numbers, and those end up being the keys that we look into for various hash tables to find things quickly. The next dimension is the actual data storage, and so that's these components and the data that's in them. And then the third dimension I'm not talking about today yet, but what hooks these all together, what causes things to happen and react, like if you step on a teleporter, the fact that you get teleported, is the system dimension, where there are scripts and other bits of code here and there in the game which are constantly inspecting changes made to these components and deciding, does this change mean I should teleport this entity to this other place? Yes or no? Okay, then go do it or don't do it. And that's from my research, that's what makes sense to me when you say entity component system. There's entities, there's components, and then there are the systems. So when you try to make game data that fits along in this design, obviously the positions of everything in the world is a kind of data, and you're going to store it somewhere. So I decided, okay, everything that is in the world will have a position component, and that position component will have everything that's needed to describe where. So there's depth, there's X, Y, and then there's zone. And that's it. And so rather than storing things in an array, it's just that things happen to have position things attached to them that say where they are. So it's kind of backwards. Instead of saying, here's where to find something, it's this thing can be found here. And then whenever you ask a question, what can I find at this position, like what the rendering system does, it's in order to make that fast, I have to reverse the lookups. So I have a cache saying of instead of from entity to what it says position, I have a reverse map of, given a position, what are all the entities that are there, and that's my position index. You'll see that when I'm working on the code here and there sometimes. All right, so hopefully I answered that to death and didn't over explain it. Spawner is what I'm adding, right? So this will affect the backend in the same place where I'll find trigger. So let's look for trigger in my C++ to find this quickly. Type trigger. Okay, yeah, this will affect the rendering system, so I gotta update this. And this is when we remove a trigger, right? So when we add, remove, or change a trigger, inserting into this hash table tells us that the rendering system needs to be told. If we didn't do that, then we wouldn't see things change when I add or remove it. Right, so compute special, here's where we say if something has a trigger, it's a trigger. If it's a tile and it has the access component, then it's an access special. So this is what I would modify to generate the string in the first place, and I'd have to modify here for us to see it. And this is, I don't care about the trigger system or the rendering system, right? Oh, this is just a test. So this is where I would want to add our test for the new kind of special, right? Let's do that. So do I want all these tests like, hold on. It sees the trigger added with a tile. What is this saying? Trigger added to entity with tile. Oh yeah, that's where we have an existing entity and then we give it a trigger should we see it. It should probably have both, right? And there's probably a remove one too. No, there isn't. I should have that, but I don't. Let's do the right thing and have the add and then the remove too. So this would be, and I've been converting these to this style so it's easier to read. Admin camera sees spawners. And then putting underscores here. This should be spawner added to entity with tile. And then let me make another one where we remove the spawner component. Actually, let's take this test and modify it. Spawner removed from entity with tile. Okay. Now to modify these tests, because they're all copy pasta so far. So instead of trigger, we'll say spawner. And not trigger is not spawner. Two more spawner. And then down here too, spawner. And two more. Okay, for the remove, it needs to begin with one, so we'll move this code up to here, right? And then here we'll remove it. Removing it would just be delete, destroy component type, right? And that takes the type and the entity, so that's it. So there we remove the spawner, and what we should get is an update to the tile that it does not have the spawner anymore. This is the add so we see the spawner. And this is where it exists from the get-go. So a spawner is not type spawner. In the real game, it is something else. Let's see what it was. I actually have a spawner here. I can't see where it is, but I know it's there. Or here. One of these places. Oh, there it was sitting there. NPC class, that's it. So if it's NPC class, it's a spawner. NPC class and NPC class. There we go. So I'm going to build this. So this is C++. I have to build it. And the first build of the day can be long. Maybe this is an excuse to stand up and stretch. Oh, the kitty is back. The kitty left before, right? And now is back again? Yeah. Let me go pet the cat while this is compiling. What are those types considered magic words? Oh, these? It's in the test, so there because I needed to put something there. Some of them match other things, like some of them, these ones just had to be there, and they don't care, they don't matter, so I just needed to put something there. The only things that matter for this test are the depth, I think. I think that's this number, and then these two, the tile and the tile set, I think. I guess I was just being lazy. It doesn't matter what I put there as long as it's here too. Oh, the magic word NPC class? Yes. Sorry, Toulouse. You're correct. It is, that's the interpretation of what NPC class means. It's a spawner. It's not only a spawner, but it has the details for what the spawner is. In this case, it's a class of NPC. That's why I called it NPC class. So it is magic, yes. I think if I start to use it in more than one place in the actual code, I would make it a constant. But I only have it at, oh, wait a minute, that's a good point. Because I just realized I do have it in more than one place. You can look that up by clicking on a mob and it has a type number. Yeah, so this 9856 can be found if I click on one of these guys and look at his class number. So it's a reference between entities. So I could have I could take that number and just say find by ID, click it and say go to. Oh, there it is. Right there. I'd rather just see a symbol and be able to click it and find it quickly. But you maybe think that this string is a magic number that maybe I should be defining in my constants file. Actually, the worst case is I'll just delay doing the right thing, and I'll fix it just by doing global search replace, right? I do that now, it's only in 4 places. And if I do that for trigger, it's in more, right? Yeah, so I could still globally search replace this and give it a name. It's a spawner, but what is it? And then you find NPC class. Yes, I just forgot the actual string name. Indeed. But yeah, I wanted to have a separation between the two concepts of component type and special. So the specials could be related to if they have a component or not, or in this case it's not. It's that the tile has a certain key in it. And that actually is in my constants file for key names. So if the tile has an A key, it is a to be marked as a special an access special. Anyway, I built that. It is done. We're going to run it and it will fail. And then we'll fix the code to make it pass. This might be the last thing I'm doing today because I'm getting tired. So this will be that it did not see any sprites. It should have seen a spawner sprite. Okay, so to fix that, I'm just going to look for where trigger is again. Yeah, and then it's the tests. What is this? That's more tests. Right, and then here, the trigger system, don't care. Okay, here we go. Here's the code that I want. It's only admins who can see it. Okay. I guess we're just repeating this with entity component of type. NPC class. And then it's a spawner, if so. And then that should make one of my tests pass, but not the others. Second build's supposed to go fast. What's this 10 seconds deal? I think what it is I need an SSD. Ba-doo-ba-doo. Come on, build. Build, damn it. Oh, I forgot to say hi to Worship the Sofa. I was asking about the 2D array arrangement of the world. And how it, and my response is it's completely fabricated. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Well, if you ever miss me, you know where to find me. At least in time and URL space. Sitting there refactoring. Yeah, Mr. Muffles is working on a game in Unity. Did you guys know that? We might occasionally see it on Twitch, because he sometimes streams it. Hopefully he didn't delete his stuff on Twitch, and the shout out will still work, but we may or may not see him stream because he's not been streaming lately. Hope you are feeling good, Mr. Muffles. All right, run this. We see triggers now, but what about changing them? We can see it if it's added. Oh, this is special access. What? I'm looking at the wrong thing. I should be looking at this one. Okay, can see spawners. Can't see when they're added or removed. So that's this other part here. Okay, I don't need to have a trigger memory or cache. I just need this added, right? Can I group these together? No, I'm going to keep them separate. So if it's NPC class, then it's dirty. If it's added or changed, oops, or removed. There we go. Added, changed, or removed. Technically, I didn't have a test for change, did I? Actually, I do have the... This is a change to the component, but the entity still exists. I should have one where we destroy the entity utterly. Just to be complete, right? Let's do that. This will be fun. So a test where we destroy the spawner completely. Spawner destroyed. So we create it, and then this will be destroy entity entirely. Should have the same result that... actually, no, it shouldn't. It should be that it is removed. Actually, then what's the point? There's no point to this, because we already have a test that covers things that are destroyed utterly. So I don't need that. Never mind. Yeah. Okay. So, all those tests are passing, right? So I'm going to build the release build. Did I ever update this silly thing? Yeah, I did. Okay, that's the current, that still is the current task. So I'm switching over to Visual Studio because I have that all set up to make the release build of the game, so that I don't have to sit there and watch it lag, because the game no longer really plays well when in debug mode as a fully constructed server. The debug mode really is only useful for unit testing right now, because the server's doing too much. So after that's done, I'm going to be stopping the server and starting it, and then making sure I can see the spawners again. And that's probably where I'll call it, because I'm getting kind of tired. It's Friday. I probably need to eat something. Let's see. Stop complaining, get back to work. Thank you. Thank you, Cthulhu. I needed that. Okay, to update the server, it's update RVS and then serve, and then we're back up and running again. Thank you for reminding me about that. But seriously, like, I want to get out of the habit of complaining. It's not the wisest thing to do. Oh, server 11 is the leader this time. Wow. Okay. Go server 11. So, I should be able to see this monster spawner. Ooh, there it is. Monster spawner. So, I just have this rotating square, just something that will catch my eye as I'm world editing. And if I'm like, I don't remember what's there, I can always click that and see, oh, yeah, it's got an NPC class component. And what are these? They're triggers. They're transport triggers. I need to reduce this. Initially, I was going to think there were going to be a lot of types of triggers, but really I've only settled on there are two things. A script and a teleporter. And really, a teleporter is just a special kind of script when you think about it. What if I just made a simple thing called the trigger is just calls a script. And there could be a script called teleport. And then we can just have that be a template that we apply in a lot of places. And this here was a non-teleporter script, which just says hello world if you step on it. Yeah, anyway. My lovely green tree. We're done testing the green tree, right? So I can remove it. Ha ha ha. Ruthless. Okay, that's good enough for me. What happens if I move it? Let's move the spawning point over to here. Did not shift? Did that not do it? It did do it, but it didn't move it. Ooh, do I have the same problem with triggers here? Is it because that there's a tile? Because if I move that to there, it works, right? But that spawner right there doesn't have a tile, so if I move it, if I leave the screen and come back, I'll see it, right? Okay, that's a bug. So it's sitting up there, and if I move it back here again, it moved, but we didn't see it move. Oh, it did when I shifted. Oh, that's interesting. Aha. I saw something weird there. There's like a bug where like I pick it up and move it to there, and then where it went, once where it was goes off screen, then we see where it moved to, but not until then. Why is that? I should probably look at the network when this is going on. So let's look at... Oh, we're going to be distracted by these particle effects, aren't we? You know what I can do? I can make a... Can I make a duplicate of this class in the other zone and play with it there? Probably. Why are we getting a bunch of these too? Oh, that's because I restarted the server. Okay, never mind. Then move it back. Verify that that bug happens. Okay, now I have that selected. If I move to another zone and then Alt-click, it will duplicate it. And we won't see it until I move, right? Okay. So it'll be the same problem if I select it. There's the duplicate class, and I move it to there, and I move right twice. It pops into view. And then move it back and move left twice. It pops back. Okay, it's good. So let me see this in the network. Reload. I'm gonna have to... Oh, I forgot to make the position of the GM persistent. I was gonna do that. Maybe I can do that before the stream, before I'm done today. Anyway, go back here. Now I'm gonna look at the network tab. What happens when I move right twice? 1, 2. Oh, wait a minute. I have to pick it up first, don't I? Pick it up and move it over here. Then move twice. So what did I get on the network? Why am I not seeing the right network messages? Oh, I am. It's just that is the problem. Okay. All right. So is that when I moved twice? That's when I moved twice. Interesting. So when I move once, it just moves my camera sprite. And then when I move twice, it moves my camera sprite, but then it says, oh, add a spawner too. Ooh, look at that. What is that caused by? Huh. That's the NPC logic. It's broken. What's going on back here? One of these NPCs is broken. Is it George? He shouldn't be broken, but you never know. What state is he in? Patrol, returning false. So it's one of these other NPCs is broken. Nil value. I don't want to debug this now. This is distracting. One of these NPCs is broken right now, and he's spamming me with error messages. I think I'll just destroy all the NPCs as a way to fix this for now. So, what depth are these guys at? 30. All right. You're all gonna die now. Whoops. Yet another bug. Okay. How did I get that? It's visible of undefined. Sprite is undefined? Weird. Why would I get that? Okay, forget that. It's funny how when you're debugging one thing, you find two more bugs. Hey there, Phantasmics. I'm running into bugs when I'm trying to debug something else. Let's turn that off for now and just remove all these slimes so I can get rid of the script errors. And there it went again. When it's that guy, he's the problem. That guy. Maybe it's because he was standing on top of his own spawner. That might have been why. Okay, what's there? Just the tile and the spawner. Okay, got it. Bugs! Got some things to do before work. Okay. See you, Cthulhu. Thanks for being here. Your message didn't show up in chat. How's the stream gone today this far? So-so. Running into a lot of bugs. That could be good and bad. I'm trying not to complain. Running into a bug is good because you now know of a problem that you didn't know of before. And it's not something that I introduced, so the bug was there. Their bugs were there. I just didn't know about them. So there's one bug where if I delete an entity, sometimes it crashes in the front end. And then there was another one where, the one I was chasing down before, right? No, the script, I was getting script errors for NPCs. So there's a script error, there's a front-end crash when I just delete an NPC, and then the original thing I was debugging where I moved this spawner from across the field to the other, it's not showing up. Let me go back to debugging that, because that's the one I really care about right now. So reload. I want to see this without those interfering messages about the script crashing. So if I move it to there and then shift right twice, no, left twice, then it pops into view. Let me see that on the network. Ah, dang it. We're getting this again. Okay, I'll just not scroll down until I see. Okay. Okay, so let's start over. So move to there, select it, move it to here, and then move to right. What do I get? The first move is move our camera. The second move is adding the spawner, like it wasn't there before. Actually, that makes sense. So it's the remove. It's the move in the first place that we didn't see. That's the problem. The move should have been seen because the entity was marked dirty. Even though it didn't have... Oh, maybe it's because it doesn't have a tile. Okay, I think I have an idea where to look. This would be in the rendering system. When something is moved, so this would be update old camera views, right? No, it would be update and remove sprites for camera. Dirty entities, right here. Oh, yeah, there we go. If it didn't have a tile, it won't even go into that, and so updated will be false. Camera has sprite would be true. It should have removed it then. Weird. Did it not add it in the first place? Is that the problem? Hey there, Clayman. I'm doing debugging right now of the feature that I'm working on. The showing where monster spawners are located in the world. There seems to be a problem where it shows it in the world now. It's over here, but when I move it over to here, it didn't actually show it getting moved, and it won't until until the old position where it was is no longer visible, and then, okay, yeah, now it's there again, right? And then I move it back over to the right, and I have to move until the original position is off screen, and then it pops into view. So it's not detecting that it should be removed or moved. It should be going into there. For some reason, it's not. But this is another problem, though, that I made the assumption that it has to have a tile, but that's actually not true. It might be a special, right? So this camera seat tile, what is it looking? What is it interested in? Oh, hello, cat. Are you on the move again? Don't get stuck now. You're on level 2. Yes. Hello. Looking at me. Now he's jumping down straight to the ground. Goodbye, kitty. Beast is moving. Yeah, he's probably going to his heater pad again. It's kind of cold today. He doesn't like 69 degrees Fahrenheit. It's too cold for him. Is visible. Oh, it just means it's in line of it can be seen. What does his visible do? Is it being illuminated? That's what it is. Okay, so that'll all be true. What's not invisible? Oh, right, gone or facing the wrong direction. That's what that means. All right. So it would be true if it's a special even. I think it's just that it has to have a tile. That this assumption that it has to have a tile is a problem. But even so, even if it didn't go into here at all, this would have remained false, and it should have gone into here and said, "Oh well, we're not refreshing. It's not a new camera, so don't continue." It should have done this check, and that should have been a true, and so it should have removed it, but it didn't. It did not at all. It didn't actually tell us anything. We're getting a lot of these script errors, and it's bugging me. Not the, one of these, we're actually sending the request to change things. This is it right here. We're modifying the position of the spawner and moving it. No, that's modifying the camera. Which one's my... There's my camera. Okay, there's the spawner. Modify the position of the spawner to be at... Oh, that's interesting. I don't have a depth on it. I didn't attach a depth. Oh, it's depth 0. How come I don't see... Oh, because it's a delta. Why am I putting the zone in there then? Even though it doesn't change. I don't need that. Am I putting it into all these other ones too? Yeah, look at that. I'm including stuff that doesn't need to be there. To make sure the snowblower starts before you get this storm, you primed it and pulled the string. One time it was running. It hasn't run since the year before last. Wow. Well, you primed it, right? That's how you get stuff to start that hasn't run. Just means your machines and tools are well oiled and ready to go. Bravo. Way to go. Oh. My stuff, though, is broken. And I even forget which WebSocket this was on. Not that one, this one. Here it is. We're just getting ads. We're not getting removes. Right? The remove is always empty. We're just getting an ad when it sees it again. So that we know what that tells me. It's never actually going into this hash table at all. This sprite positions by entity. which means it never called add sprite. But it always calls add sprite when it adds, right? Yeah, it's always calling that. So hold on. I'm not understanding something about the rendering then. That starts out as false. This will look at the tile, and since there is no tile for it, it will never get in here. So updated will stay false. So go into here. It should ask, does the camera know about that sprite? It should say yes, and so it should have added it to sprites removed. So why didn't it? Why did it not? I don't know. Time to make a unit test? Yeah, probably. Let's make a unit test. So, rendering tests. Whenever I don't understand something, it's probably best to make a unit test to try to reproduce the bug. So the stream is going to go a little bit longer than I thought. That's fine. I should probably check in what I have so far, though, because this is unrelated, right? This is bugging me that shouldn't happen. But I don't feel like fixing that script error right now. We're just introducing a new kind of special tile, a monster spawner. All we're doing is marking the special for it, and that the camera can see it when it's added and when it's removed. Actually, I should test the remove in the real game. So if I just take that tile and I remove it. Okay. So it's broken there too. Is it because it doesn't have it had a tile here? Ah. We should be testing it when it doesn't even have a tile. Maybe 10 to 12 hours from now? I don't know. Another 10, 15 minutes? Where am I here? Yeah, I should create something that doesn't have a tile. Really, let's do a version where it doesn't have a tile. Spawner removed from entity without tile. So instead of creating a tile entity, I just want to... What do I want to do? I'm just creating an entity that has a position. This is what I want. Do I have a helper for this? Don't think I do. I guess I can make one. Yeah, let's make one. So we'll have a create entity with position. I'll put it right here. Why not? Create entity with position. And then the other function should call this one too. Because this one only cares about XY depth and zone. And it just does this part and it's going to return the entity, right? So entity is that, positions that, return entity. Oh, wait a minute. I need to do that last part. That's important. Okay. So then this is just part of which one? This part, right? So it's just create any of the position X, Y, depth, zone, and then remove that. All right, so there should only be one create entity shared amongst, okay, this is, oh, that doesn't have a position. That's why that's a copy there. Okay. So that's what I'll use way down where? Actually, it wasn't that far. It was right here. Without tiles. So we're just creating an entity with a position. So it's just these first 4 arguments. And then give it a class. And we should see it. Actually, it should be, we should have it removed. I should have another version where we add it without a tile. So spawner added to entity without tile. So it's just create entity with position without a tile at all. And then, oh yeah, it won't have tile or tile set, will it? And then, let's just make sure that that worked. The add should work because I've been using it, but the remove didn't work. So we'll get to see what's going on there. That didn't work. What do we see? Oh. Oh, that's added to an entity that didn't have... How about we add it in the first place? Hold on, then how are we seeing it at all when I create it? Oh, no, I never tested that in the test environment. I've only been cloning. Did clone work? Clone worked, right? Let me remove back. Cavern. I can take that spawner there and duplicate it, right? Clone. Oh, the clone didn't work either. It doesn't show up until I move. Okay, then. Let's remove it. And the remove doesn't work either. Till I go off screen. Okay, so we have some bugs to fix. So this should have marked it dirty. It's this that we're going to run into, aren't we? So if I run this test right now, we're going to run right into... It's going to skip over this thing completely. Whoops. Let's repeat that. Went too far. Wait, hold on. What? Yeah, okay, that's right. Dirty entity should have... Oh, it has nothing? Oh, it broke too early. Slow down. It's not until I get to here that we want to see the rendering system. Now that we're there, now run here and we should have a dirty entity. We do. But it won't have a tile, so it's going to skip that. Updated will be false. It should run down to there, and it won't go in there because it doesn't know about it. Correct. Okay. So to fix this bug, I have to consider things that don't have tile. So tile needs to be optional. So does that mean that I would get the position first, and then I would copy the tile if it exists, otherwise make it invalid? I think so. Like I would reverse this, right? If it doesn't have a position, that means it's been removed. If it has a position, then try to get its tile. If it has a tile, do that. I guess what I can do is if I can say if this word is bad, it shouldn't be updated. It should be found. If not found at this point, that means at least had a position. We should do this with a blank tile is what I should do. So then the found really goes outside here to this position. No, sorry. I'm using it for two purposes. I would set it there, and if it's not set there, I set it here again. So make it look symmetrical like that, and then this would be just an empty JSON value, representing that the tile is invalid. So this thing needs to be able to handle invalid tiles. So how do we use tile? It's going to put it into an entity tile cache. Do I care? What is this entity tile cache? Hold a cache of the tile components of entities visible in the world. It's used to detect when changes are made that would cause update sprite messages to be sent to clients with cameras seeing those tiles. Oh, things like nameplate and health bar and stuff like that. So I guess we can store an invalid JSON thing there. Yeah, sure, we can do that. And then get direction for an invalid will do what? It'll return 15 because they can't have a direction. That's okay. Yep, almost 4 hours. Yeah, so I'm not ending early like I thought I would be. Okay, what else do we use the tile for? Move sprite uses it. How does it use it? It actually doesn't. Interesting. So move sprite for camera didn't even need the tile. Stop debugging. Let's fix that right now. It doesn't need the tile component. We don't need it. Perfectly fine without it. I need to search for everything because the header has to be updated. We don't need the tile component if we're just moving. That's important too for specials because the special can move and not need a tile. Okay, and then tile is used where else? Compute special. Makes sense. In this case, you can do that, that's fine. And we'll already have set the special to that. Okay, so we're good. And what else is tile used for? It's going to try to extract the ID, so I need to be careful about that. It doesn't have a tile if it's invisible. So we should pull that out and say, if tile.get type is not equal to JSON value type invalid, then we're handling the tile specific stuff, and one of those will be set the tile. Don't I have a key for this? I don't. Huh. Interesting. Never added it. So that's tile ID. And then I can also put this one in there too, right? If it has a tile, then at least we know the ID. If it has a name, put that there too. Oh, and then this tile set, and yeah, I'll just put this stuff in there too. These are all optional. Tile doesn't necessarily have a tile set or health bar. So this is gone. So we always have a depth, and we always have an entity. Tile is optional. Special is optional. Gone is optional. Direction is optional. Good. All right, so this is okay to use with non-tiles. So back to here. So that's good. So this should fix that test then that we're seeing broken because it should show it now. Cross my fingers and try it. No. Oh, there was an unexpected add? Really? That added 3. Oh, wait a minute. This is the wrong check. It should be an add. Because it didn't have a tile before, so we couldn't see it. So it'll be an add. And it was tile, right? No, not tile. It's just special. Just an ID and a special. Yeah. Oh, should have a position in there too. Right, I need to have an X and a Y. Right. Relative to the camera, which is at 0, 0, we created it at 2, 3. Oh, I'm missing the depth too. Key sprite depth of 1. Because that's what we set there. Okay, good. And when we add it to a tile, that still works. And can we still see them? Yes. All right, so those are passing. And when we remove it, that passes now. This is broken though. When we remove it from an entity without a tile, oh, that's not the correct thing. It should be a remove. And remove is just the number, so that is the only thing I need. And that's still broken. We get an update, not a remove. Okay, that's a problem. We shouldn't get an update. We should get a remove. So let's debug this one. Debugger. Go to here, please. And then we should go into here. Go. 30 entities. Has 3 in it. That's good. Okay, we skipped over it because why? Oh, I can't do a skip over. Shoot. But it did find it. Okay, it probably already messed up, so let me redo. Okay, so I need to really put a breakpoint there and maybe even in there and then go. Okay, so it got into that level. Oh, shoot, I missed my breakpoints. So there needs to be one here also. And found is false, right? It could not find the tile, so it's going to update it with the false tile. So go into that. Okay. Direction should be 15. Right, so it found it before. Could we see it? True. Can we see it now? True. Why? Oh. It's not taking into account if it has a special or not. Dang it. This should take into account whether the special exists. Because if it doesn't have a tile, then it needs to have a special, otherwise it's not visible. Okay. It's going to say that it just updated. It's not a move. It'll get a special of empty. It should find that the special changed. So it erases it from its cache, and then it'll say special changed. So it's going to just say that the special was removed, but otherwise it'll still have a sprite for it, which will be completely empty now, because it's just an ID. All right, okay, so the can camera C tile needs to be a little bit smarter about this. I think we need to include the special in with that, so I need to compute it first. Before I call that, so let's move this up to here, and then include the special with in can camera C tile. All right, parameter input special. If not empty, this indicates the tile has a special nature to be pointed out to the camera. All right, that is always a string, right? Actually, I don't know. Should I make it a JSON value? I'll leave it a string for now. So that's going to be a string. Special. I don't know. Spy boot, what's special? I mean, what's good? What's good in life? According to Conan, what's good in life is crush your enemies, drive them before you, and hear the lamentation and all that stuff. If I'm saying good, sometimes it might be that I'm happy with the changes I'm making. You can relate? Okay, I'm adding a parameter special because the special, whether or not it exists, affects if the camera can see the tile. And that should be in here somewhere, right? We can see it if it's not invisible. What's not invisible? This should include whether or not there is a tile, shouldn't it? That's what invisible should be. And this is visible is really not correct. It's is lit, I think. I believe this should say is lit, not is visible. Yeah, let's change is visible. That's not really the correct word. Let's change that to be is lit. Right? Yeah, is lit. It's lit. It's not allowed as a player name on purpose, I believe. I constrain the player names to be a strict subset of ASCII. And what was the reason for that? I think it was because people have been using Unicode to get around bad name filters. I think that's why I did it. Yeah. But what might be interesting to do is to separate the concept of name into account name and character name. And then I might allow a Unicode character name or Unicode account name. Yeah, it will say player 625 because in the past we've had trolls create accounts and then misbehave in the game. So until we vet the accounts to make sure they're not created by spam bots, they will start out in what's called masked mode, where you don't show the name and you can't chat, and there's some other restrictions. So what I've been doing is I go through and I see if people have created an account in the game, I'll go and look at the name, and if it looks okay that it's not created by a spam bot or a troll, I'll go ahead and remove the mask. And I'm kind of behind on doing that. I'm more apt to do it if the account was created through Twitch, because then if you misbehave in the game, I can ban your account on Twitch too. But if you don't create an account through Twitch, there's not much I can really do to you know, other than ban your account in the game, and then I get into a problem with it. Oh, you're already in Twitch. And look at that, your name shows up, so I will unmask you. So yeah, the Twitch name can be Unicode, but there's a restriction right now on the character name. Oh, I remember another reason why. The font we use in the game wasn't working with the international characters, so I think it was temporary that we restricted it. You got clapped? Yeah, that'll happen. So all of the content in the actual game here, I have to be very careful not to show that screen. So let me go back to this for a second and close that, and then go back to here. All of the content you see in the game is really test content because I'm still working on the engine. So these guys can be kind of nasty unless you have a weapon. And right now, the only way to have a weapon in the game is to exit the level and then go up to the starter town and talk to this NPC and ask him for a sword. So, you know, it's still very, very rough around the edges. Your character doesn't fight back automatically. Here, I'll demonstrate. Let me go and play the game for a second. Okay, here I am in the game world. And then there you are, Spyboot. So, some of the things you can do, chat, get item, talk, and attack is the one it's important. So you either click here and then click a direction, or you press Q and then click a direction, or press Q and then type a direction arrow, or Q WASD. So I have to go down here, hit Q down, Q down, Q down, until finally I hit and I killed it. So yeah. And Valley Monkey standing on top of me. So I'm able to get those slimes pretty well because I have this sword. And I can give you one. Let's see. Go back to the real game. Let's duplicate the sword, shall we? So go to where I am. Pluck me out of the game for a second. I'll drop my sword. And I'll pick up that sword and duplicate it. There's a sword. Don't pick it up, Rally Monkey. That's Spyboot's sword. Did you pick it up? Here, I'll put another one out there. And let me pick up my original sword and teleport me back. Get me out of here, GM. There we go. So you stand over the sword and you hit G, get item, or pick up item, and it'll be in your inventory. And right now, it just needs to be in your inventory for you to be using it when you attack. There's a suggestion actually the other day that I should start adding inventory slots or equipment slots so that you can equip the sword so it's more apparent that you're actually using it in the game. But right now, it's just whether you have a sword in inventory or not affects whether or not you do more damage. So yeah, it's totally a big work in progress. A lot of things missing. You just have to know it's G, or there's that button pick up item. So I haven't yet done that was actually a suggestion today to work on the screen that shows the key bindings and I'll let you change it. Please add more loot. Of course, we have to add more content. Before I add more content, though, I have to have the tools to add content. It's a chicken and the egg problem, right? What happens when you die? I can show you. There's nothing permanent in the game really right now. If I stand next to this one of these slimes here and let him beat me up, go ahead, kill me in my game. Not real, but virtual. Kill my virtual character, please. There you go. Until I die. It goes into the death dialogue. There's actually a bug where they continue to kick you while you're down, but we'll ignore that for the moment. When you're dead, I just have a simple dialogue now where you can do nothing, or you can respawn in a nearby place or at a safe spot. And the safe spot is if you were in the town and you step next to the well, it sets a save point. What am I doing to you right now, Really Monkey? I don't know what I'm doing. You could just translate something, use that as the username. It doesn't ultimately mean that they're from China or Japan. What's this for? Hit is the Q key. It shows along the bottom what the keys are. So C for chat, for you would be Q for attack, T for talk, U for use item. So hit Q next to the W key. More interested in the ideas and plans, not really the current state of the game. Q doesn't work? Uh-oh. It should work. Oh, you have to press Q and then a direction. So like Q left or Q down or Q up, Q right. Yeah. You can also hold the mouse over the direction, and when you hit Q, it'll turn into a reticle, and then you click. That's another way you can attack. And you can only attack one thing in every direction. Dvorak users have to find Q somewhere else on their keyboard, Nui. So yeah, just remember that this game is inspired by the Ultima games, so a lot of the things that are in Ultima will probably eventually be in my game. If it's not there now, it will probably be in there in the future. Yeah, Q and click works, yeah. So, obviously I need to improve the usability. I need to add Unicode where it's missing and make it easier to understand how to interact with the game. Probably the intro area of the game will help explain that. The guard that's there will probably directly talk to you and say, "Let me help you out here," and through some kind of storytelling process, it'll explain the user interface. I haven't figured that out yet, but yeah, is lit, right? We were working on that. So being lit is different from being invisible. Invisible should include the concept of it if it has a tile or is a special. So I'm going to update this again because we need that tile. We need the tile. So cons Jason. Actually, we can reduce it to if it has a tile or not. Bool has tile. Direction. Actually, I don't even need to know the special, do I? Why don't I just make this is visible? Oh, no, it depends on the admin flag of the camera, so I do need the tile. Has tile. All right. Yep. This indicates whether or not a tile component is attached to the entity. And I'm going to rename the thing from can camera C tile to can camera C entity. That is important. So we're renaming this to can camera C entity. Rename. Tried Ultima Online a few years ago. Some old account immediately took you under your wing. It's pretty nice but overwhelming. Yeah, so Ultima Online is actually newer than the games I'm talking about. I'm talking about the original Ultima. Like Ultima 2, Ultima 3. My favorite was Ultima 5. They ruined it when they got to Ultima 9, the last one, right? I think it was my favorites were Ultima 4, 5, and 6. Although they changed the UI drastically when they went to 6, and then again when they went to 7, and then again when they got to 9. So mine is sort of like an online multiplayer version of Ultima 5-ish. Like that feeling. There's a lot of parameters to this thing. Just realizing that maybe I have too many parameters to this function. Well, thank you for that follow, Spyboot. Hope it wasn't too frustrating understanding how to use the game, and I feel bad that it's still such an early point in the development of the content because I'm still working on the engine. Like, I wish I had more to show, but I'm hoping to get there, with the help of you and other viewers giving me feedback. It is very important. So, like, when you tell me your experience in figuring out how to attack, it tells me that I need to improve the user interface for figuring out how to attack, whether you can attack or not, what you're attacking with. So incorporating your feedback and also those of, I think it was A Squared, who said, I really should work on adding equipment slots so that it's obvious what the items are used for. You can ask a personal question, but I might not answer it. It depends on what kind of question it is. I hope you don't mind if I decline to answer, but it depends on what you ask. A cheat sheet with button mappings. Yeah, that was requested a couple days ago. So I want to combine that with custom keybinds. So it would show what the keys are mapped to and then allow you to change them as well. All right. I added has tile here. So this should be, it has a tile if tile.getType is not equal to JSON value type invalid. Right? And looks like I need that in another place. So I need it. Oh no, it's only used in one place? Okay. Interesting. Okay, so it's visible, can see it, not invisible, so it should be either has a tile, actually it's all of these conditions, has a tile and not gone, and and facing the correct direction. Let me think about this. This is a little bit more refined too. Specials apply to the admin cameras, so it should be is admin and either has a tile or special is not empty. Yeah, because we can see gone tiles or things facing away for the admin, but the admin has different rules. I need to be careful about that in the unit tests. These need to be admin cameras. Yeah, admin camera. Got it. Is it normal for you to respawn with the default AX Maniac avatar? No, that was a bug I fixed yesterday, but I haven't deployed it yet. The bug was teleporting causes you to vanish and added back with the wrong, well, the answer to this was it was removed and not added back. So if you're teleported in any way, your avatar would vanish right now in the production server. So I fixed that. The way to get your avatar back is just reload. Also, if you move, your avatar comes back, but since the information about how to draw you is missing, you won't actually show correctly until you switch your avatar to something else and then back. Or if you reload. One of the greatest worries is mental decline as you become older. What do you do to stay healthy? It depends on your family history, I think, a lot of the time. What I've noticed is that just continuing to work, whether it's hobbies or something you get paid for, keeps you pretty mentally strong until you're pretty old. You'll start to decline in your physical health first. So what I do to stay healthy, most of the time when I think of healthy, it's physical health. So try to get up and stretch every once in a while, go on walks. Mentally fit, all you really need to do is keep working, keep doing a hobby or something. I think you stay pretty mentally fit. Unless it's in your family history to, like if you have a history in your family of dementia or something like that. And then we just hope that modern medicine will have a cure for that. But it's just a matter of at some point you're not going to have an easy time remembering things, I guess. Well, I don't mind being called old. I do have a gray beard. um, I think it's weird when people say that you're too old to learn something. I think the only time you're too old to learn something is when you're losing your mind. And people don't usually lose their mind until, unless they have like a disease or something, until they're very old. Yeah, so I could, like, I bet you I could, unless something happens to my brain, I'll probably still be able to learn stuff even when I'm 50, 60, 70. I don't mind if people call me old. I wear it as a badge of courage. When you get old, you'll understand. Not a badge of courage, a badge of honor. Courage would be if I wasn't afraid of something. Yeah, burning out, that's independent of being fit, though. Burning out means that you are getting losing motivation or getting frustrated or both. And the solution I found to burnout is you take a break, and then you'll quickly get refreshed. Only takes like, depending on the degree of burnout, from a few minutes to a few hours to a few days. You like that analogy? All right. Okay, where was I? I'm getting old. It was this test, right? I think I might have fixed this. You had your first burnout at 22 years, couldn't do anything for over a year. Wow, that must have been really severe. For me, burnout only lasts at most like, I don't know, a week or so. You gotta take a break and get refreshed. Do something else. If I get frustrated on a problem, I will stop and do something else. I did that the other day. I was working on this pathfinding caches and I got stuck, so I ended up doing world building tools this week for the rest of the week. Old? Not old. Stable. That's right. Stability means establishment, right? You've been here a while. You're stable. No. Now I'm playing with words. Okay, that's fixed. Maybe I should just run all the tests in this fixture. Let's run them all. It can't take that long. Hey, they all pass. Maybe I fixed the bug then. Is that all I really needed to do? So if I'm right, then this should just magically work now. You're very 48 years stable? Nice. So what I've learned about depression, since I suffer from that a little bit and it runs in my family, is that it comes from a disconnect with people and then a hyperbolization of the world around you. You start emphasizing the bad and de-emphasizing the good. If you start isolating yourself from other people, or another thing, it could just be a chemical imbalance. You might need some medication to compensate. But there are lots of ways to deal with. You can get counseling or therapy, that some people call it, and changing your look on life and your like how you choose to be can be a big thing too. But yeah, I can see how it can be triggered or made worse by burnout. Yeah, definitely. If you're not enjoying what you're doing, you're more apt to be depressed. But usually depression indicates something more than just being unhappy or being burned out. There's some other disconnect in your life or your way of being or your outlook on things. Okay, I'm not quite ready for that, right? I built it and I'm going to update and serve. General disinterest in life because you did not want to care. Yeah, so that not probably means that you are not choosing to be, how do you say this? You're not choosing to look for the good, I think. You're afraid of counseling? You think the doctor would have lay you down and tell you his problems? That's not how it works anymore, Cthulhu. That's a stereotype. Nowadays, it's all about gaining a deeper understanding of yourself most of the time. And yeah, it's true. Some doctors and counselors will try out a chemical solution, and sometimes people need that. Sometimes people do have a chemical imbalance, and the problem is with medicine, they don't know how the brain works well enough to say what medicines do what, and so it's kind of like uh, grasping at straws needle in the haystack. They just try out different medicines and they say, "Oh, do you feel better now? Any side effects? If you feel better, don't have side effects. Hey, just keep taking it." Personally, I'm finding a lot more benefit for myself these days in just learning about myself and how I see the world and how I choose to be. So, do I choose to be positive and look for good things, or do I choose to emphasize the bad things that happen? There's a book that I've been reading called, what is it called? I said it the other day. It was a really good book. If you, especially if you're working on conflict at work, in the family, in the world. What was it? Let's see if I can find it. Anybody remember what it was? Yeah, I need to get up and stretch. It was, oh, I have it in my phone. I'll just cheat and look it up what it was. Allow. The Anatomy of Peace. I know this is completely random, but this book is pretty awesome, I think. Resolving the Heart of Conflict. It talks about choosing to view other people around you as people and not objects, and then kind of liberate yourself from needing to justify how you act and think, and you get a bigger command over how you interact with the world. I think it's a great book. Stop complaining, get back to work. You got it. So the test for this problem was to go into this. Did I remove the? I did remove it. So I need to get that spawner again. And let's clone it. So pick up that spawner. Let's go to lighting test and add a clone here. Okay, the add worked. Now can I move the clone? I cannot move the clone. It doesn't move correctly. But I bet the remove will work. The remove didn't work either. Okay, interesting. So the add is fixed, but move and remove don't work still. Clicking on, I'm not an object, I'm a person. You like to judge other people? You can't really fairly judge other people unless you have finished judging yourself, right? I don't know, that sounds too dogmatic. Never mind. I retreat from my claims. Okay. Let's try this again. Then let's make a couple clones here. So I can successfully clone the spawners. That's nice. Can I remove them? No, it doesn't get removed. What if I move that out here? Move doesn't work, but once I've moved it, what happens if I remove one that's out by itself? Can I remove? That didn't work either. Okay. So I have more tests to do then. I need to go do it. Yeah, hold on a second. The cat's not here to pet though. So I just have to take a break for a second. Hold on. All right, I found where the cat was and I gave him a pet. Does that count? Hey there, Batcraft. I'm just doing a little bit of stretching right now. It's been a while since I got up and moved. Sometimes life just sucks. Sometimes it just looks like it is. Don't believe in magic pill, it will fix your chemistry. I think the modern understanding is that it's like a crutch. It helps sets the stage so that you can make yourself better, but it's not going to do it by itself. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Let me wave to some people while I'm sitting here stretching. Batcraft and Und. And I never said hi to Spyboot. And Murdium. You joined a little bit ago in chat and I didn't see it. When was that? He said, good evening, sir. Back at my time it was 2:21. Aha, there you are. Yes, hello. I like my special wave. Okay, so does my current task reflect what I'm actually doing? I should be doing this more often. Whoops, that's not the right thing. This one. Okay, so that's not actually what I'm doing. I'm trying, attempting to fix bug in rendering system when special tiles move. That's what I'm doing. You gotta go walk your doggo? I gotta go on a walk myself too. I need to go eat lunch. I'm making an attempt to fix this bug without taking up too much more time. Removed from entity with tile. I should just have a test where I just delete the entity, because that doesn't seem to even work, right? So let's do that. Let's completely remove the entity. So spawner removed, spawner destroyed. I didn't think I needed to have this, but apparently I do. So this should be a destroy entity. Completely destroy the test entity. Have you eaten while streaming? No. I eat right before I stream and then right after. So if I'm only streaming for 4 hours, then that's, you know, that's typically what people eat at 8 in the morning and then they eat lunch at 12. That's a 4-hour difference, right? So I don't think of myself as being starved while I'm streaming. Unless I were to stream more than 4 hours, then maybe I would take like a break to eat something in the middle. What's this about? Welcome, Comey. There's a link there if you prefer to watch a short video. Otherwise, I can give you a brief intro. I'm working on this game. You can log and try it right there. There's not much there yet because I'm still working on the game engine. So this is what it looks like as a normal player. You go around in a dungeon or in a town. This is a special test area where I'm testing lighting. The graphics are very basic. It is multiplayer though, so if other people are logged in too, you might see them walking around in the same area. It's inspired by the old Ultima games, like Ultima 5. So it's 2D, square tiles. And I'm working today on a bit of the engine that is buggy. When I'm doing in GM mode, there are certain tiles here that are marked special. They have these rotating squares. And there's a bug right now where if I move them or take them away, it doesn't update, and I'm trying to figure that out. So I'll demonstrate it again. So I can select that special tile, and if I can clone it down here, make some copies, but if I go to these clones and then remove them from the game, it still shows it until I move the camera away and then back, and then, oh yeah, it's gone. And then if I move it like that, we don't see it move until I go away and then come back. Oh, it's moved. I'm trying to fix those little bugs. The game is split between two big parts, the back end and the front end. The front end runs in your web browser, and it's in JavaScript with Phaser for the sprite-based graphics. The back end is a big C++ program with some Lua scripts to help me work on the game systems without having to rebuild the thing. And the connection between is a WebSocket. So there you go. Oh, are you... I'm not tracking the number of deaths, Riley Monkey. There's a bug in the game right now where if your character dies and there's a monster next to you, he'll continue to hit you. And we're not counting that right now, Riley Monkey. Okay, and so I'm trying to reproduce the bug here. This test case should reproduce the bug where we remove the spawner and it somehow... Okay, we reproduced it. The test failed. We did not get a message when we should have gotten a message that it was removed. So now I get to find out why it's not actually giving us a message when it should. So I'm going to debug this. You love to play multiplayer online games? You can see where this is going in similar direction. Cool. Just remember, my game will not be so much graphical as it will be text-based. I have an entire system in the game built on a tree of dialogue, and I have an in-game editor for it. So the old Ultima games, you could always ask an NPC what their name is and what's their job, and then based off what they say, like he says guard, you would say guard, and he would tell you something else. And there might be special states where if you ask him one thing, you unlock other areas of conversation that I call them different states. For example, if you say that you're a peasant, you go to the peasant state and he'll ask you a yes/no question. And if you say no, you'll go to a special case where you have the opportunity to say that you're the GM. And so he says, why haven't you paid me yet? So that basically, it's just test content right now, but there's going to be a lot of text-based content in the game. All right, debug this. What's going on here? It would go into, if it's destroyed, it should go into this, right? So we should hit there. And then it'll be marked dirty because it's been, oh, it's not. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We just destroyed it. Why is it not updated? What's going on here? Oh, did it get taken care of somewhere here? Let's check. I had this problem the other day, right? The dirty entities is being... Oh no, it's it's 0. Wait a second. So there's something wrong with the destroy entity then. Test entities 3. It should have been created. So what happens when we go into here then? Have you considered any of the backstory of the game, where the character is, what's going on in the world? Yeah, Cthulhu. So there's a small group of people I had on the Discord helping. At least the intention was to help sort of brainstorm game content. So I put out some initial ideas there, and then it's kind of sitting there until I have enough of the engine to develop the story. But I'll probably need to breathe some new life into that Discord group to get the ideas flowing. But yeah, there's some preliminary thoughts and some questions there, and I haven't really fleshed through it much yet. Thank you for that follow, by the way, whoever that was. Hey there, Playing with Scissors. How are you today? So order of priority right now is to get enough of the engine so I can have a minimum viable product, and then start doing the story. And then probably the story development will uncover missing areas of the engine, and I'll have to go back and add stuff to the engine, and et cetera, et cetera. Probably go between engine development and content development until we have enough of game. Okay, so we're deleting entity 3. What's going on here? It should find the entity. Cool. Oh, wait. I never added the section here for NPC class. That's what's missing. Why did I not see that? NPC class is missing. Oh, because I was just doing that before. Right. Okay, so we don't want to do that. We want to do on entity touched. Actually, shouldn't it do that for trigger also? It should. We should do that. That should be the thing I do there. I guess I never tested deleting a trigger, because we would have run into the same problem. Wouldn't it be smart for me to just touch the entity all the time if it's removed? Yeah, why don't I just do that? That would be simpler. Just do that at the very beginning. Oh, wait a minute. No, there's a reason why. It was, we're constantly doing that, and that would be excessive. Yeah. Can recommend game mechanics, advanced game design. Not fully done with the book, but it's pretty good. Oh, thank you for the recommendation. Let me add it to the notes for today. Thank you very much. I'll give you a point. Points in my stream are eventually, hopefully, going to be used to redeem in-game rewards. So right now, that's all it's for is to collect them, and then hopefully we'll have some redemption thing in the game you can turn them in for. Okay, I'm disappointed that this is not working. Let's continue to debug. I want this to at least show up in the... Oh, I need to step into this, don't I? Down... Here, go. Entity. Dirty entities. It's still not there. What the heck? So debug that. Go into that. So it should go into here. Oh, it requires there to be a tile. That's a problem. Dang it. So this is all. What if I move this out? Yeah, why this early return? That should move up to here. And we should not require a tile until later. Yeah, this is why it's broken. Since when VS looks like VS Code? Well, this is VS Code. And this is Visual Studio. They look slightly different, I think. Maybe because of the fonts and sizes. They look different enough to me. I try to use VS Code for the reasons my commands answer will say why. But I do use Visual Studio for some little things here and there. You can read the first 100 pages in Amazon for free. That's nice. I do need to eat something. I really want to fix this though. Entity touched really shouldn't care for this part if there's a tile or not. So we should just do that. And then if I go back, I should have a default. So like has tile false. And then if we get there, it has a tile. If it didn't have a tile, we're going to call it anyway. Actually, if we know it's just going to do that, why don't we just do this part only? Actually, better than that, why don't I do that first? It'll do it twice. It'll do the insert twice. Do I care? Maybe I care. I'll just leave it like that. It at least does that. I'll probably have to come back here and refactor this. Okay, fixed it. Let's run the other tests. Run other tests. Okay, so that should be fixed now. I'm building the release build so I can restart the test environment. Stop that. As soon as this is done building, I'm gonna update and run it again. If it all works, then I get to eat. Yay! Serve. The Visual Studio Community 2017 has you confused? Aha, I see the point of confusion. It said that, and it's misleading because it makes you think that this window is that. This is actually a toolbar to select the kit to use with the build system, which I use CMake for. So with the CMake plugin, I use, where is it? CMake tools. If you have CMake tools installed and you use CMake, then you can select a build variant, debug release with this button, and then down here you can pick what tool set. So I have that installed. I also have Clang installed. If you're on Linux, you might have GCC. So that's just to pick the tool chain you want to use for building. But yeah, the title bars are the only thing you can really trust. Don't trust anything you see down here. Gonna have to keep fixing AI code now, save you someone? Rather keep slacking? That's what Toulouse always says. So I'm like helping Toulouse procrastinate a lot of the time. Okay, this is built, right? And then I updated it and it's back up and running. So do I have the same problem now? Let's see. Go to the lighting test arena. So the problem were a couple of problems where I couldn't see it when it got removed. Okay, that's fixed. The remove is fixed now. Can I... Well, is add broken, though? Add is not broken. Can I move now? Move is still broken. So I have to move off screen and then back on, and we see, okay, so move is still broken. That means I still don't have a test case with move. That's the last thing then. So let's do spawner moved without tile and see if I can detect it there. Spawner moved. Spawner without tile moved. There we go. So entity with a position, add a spawner or NPC class component, so it's labeled as a spawner, and then we're not going to destroy it. We're going to set entity component of type position. And I've done this before, so I'm going to just cheat and find where I've done it before. Here, I've done it right here. Let's create. Hold on, that's not right. Here we go, set. That's exactly what I want. That, and then there. So move it from, it starts at 2.3, let's move it to 2.4. So what we should see is a move. And then this should be a JSON object, which has the new, which has the same detail in it. Actually, without the zone, right? And this will be a sprite depth. I think that's what we would expect to see. Oh, look at that, I reproduced the bug. So we actually don't get any message at all. That is correct. Okay, so to debug this one, remove that. Let's go to here. And actually, let's look into here and peek into here. Maybe we're just not marking it. I am marking it. So we should hit that line in this test. Let's see. It did not. Interesting. I expected to hit that line. Why did I not hit that line? Oh, because we're changing the position and not... Okay, well, we're changing the position. It should have marked it here. Restart. Okay, so we are hitting that. Right there. Okay, so that's good. It should be marked as dirty. So continue, and then rendering here. Actually, it should go into here. I should see it in the list here. It's not. Okay, so my assumption's wrong. Does it go here? Don't need that. Actually, let me go into this thing and see what's going on. Right. Oh, wait. That's the problem. I changed it in one spot, but not, there's actually a second spot. Dang it. I need to do it in two places. Shouldn't I just have one call the other at this point then? Yeah. So this code should actually go here, and one should call the other. Because that is the same as that, only without these other things I added to it. So this should just call the other one. On entity, touched entity position. Call it a day. There. Yes, okay. No, it's still broken. Oh, right. We get an ID field. I forgot about that. There's an ID, and it will be test entity. Oh, no, not here. Down here. ID test entity. And there's no depth because we're just changing the position, not the tile. Got it. You ever fix a teleporter bug? I did fix it, Cthulhu. It's fixed. So I just need to push it into production. It's not pushed yet. Okay. While that's building, let me run all the tests to make sure I didn't break anything just now. So run all of them. They all pass. That's good. This is building. When it's done, I'm going to redeploy it locally. Deploying now. Starting up again. Motivation via food. Yeah. I forgot to say hi to Ko. Or Komi. Hi. I always forget that in the last hour of my stream. I stopped saying hi to new people. Alright, back to here again. I hate this place. Need to make a new place. Alright. Can I move these things now? Oh, look at that. I can move it. Yay. Can I duplicate it? Yes. And can I delete the clones? Yes. Okay. Now a more advanced test. Can I add a tile to this tile and then just add something? Oh, it won't let me add a blank one. Okay, let me add an empty one. And can I select a tile and, I don't know, make it water or something? It crashed in the front end though. Because why? Oh, the sprite didn't exist. Ooh, that's an interesting one. But I bet it's just a front end thing. If I reload and I go there, it'll be water now, right? Yeah, there it is. So let me just test if I can move it around. I can move it around. I can clone it. Can I remove it? And then on one of these, can I remove the tile? Can I remove the tile only? Okay, that broke. It's still showing the tile until I leave and come back. Okay, so that's one thing that's broken. The other direction is, can I remove the special? Removing the special worked. Can I add the special back? NPC class. Add the special back. Okay, so I can remove and add the special, but I can't remove the tile. The tile doesn't get removed. And there are two bugs there, right? There's the front end bug. That's the front end bug. And then the back end bug was different. The back end was on removal, right? If I try to remove this tile component, it doesn't get removed until I leave and come back. Okay, so there are two bugs at least, right? One front end, one back end. That if the tile is removed from a special that had it, it's not actually removed for real. What about something that's not special? If I just remove the tile from this wall, what happens? That worked. Okay. So clone it back. It's just if it had a special attached. Interesting. Okay. I'm not gonna fix those bugs yet. I'm gonna write them down. Let me see if I can write them down without forgetting them, and then look at them after I eat something. So to do. Fix front end bug. Front end crash when tile added to invisible special. And then fix back end lack of message when, what was it again? It's when the tile is removed from a special. And was there another front end crash? What was it when, what? Now I have to look back at my own VOD. There are at least those two bugs, right? There is nothing left for, there are no other bugs left for invisible specials. I can clone them. I can take the clone and move it. I can remove it. So it all had to do with attaching a tile to a special entity, right? And I can add a special entity to an existing tile and then remove the special entity, and that was okay. It was just adding and removing the tile that was a problem. Okay, so it's really just these two bugs I gotta fix later. I think I'll check it in with those bugs listed in the commit. Okay, I already had a git GUI open. So stage it all. So that's the front end change. The only thing was that to mark a spawner as a red square. Okay, that's a helper I added. And then use the helper there, and then this has to do with seeing in spawners and then various tests to catch when there are two things I did then. So add spawner special marker or entities having NPC class components. And then the second was add unit tests to, well, really it's to fix issues with invisible special sprites being added, moved, and removed. And then I should say a note. The following issues are known and not yet fixed. And then I'll just copy from my notes. So that's these two. Front-end crash when tile added to invisible special. Back-end lack a message when tile removed from special. Okay. So the subject of this all is work in progress. Showing spawn locations and update showing spawn locations and updating cameras correctly. There we go. That is committed. So hunger drives me to end the stream now. I'll continue after I eat. Continue working. I don't know about streaming. I've always found it hard to have more than one stream in a day. Like we were talking about earlier, you can burn yourself out if you do something too much. For me, the balance point is around 4 hours in a day, and I might work later off stream. Hello and goodbye. I'm gonna find someone to raid right now. It's been 5 hours. Wow, cool. Twitch TV, me following. Actually, if Chris is streaming, maybe we'll raid him. For you 4 days? Oh yeah, totally, Cthulhu. You have a good weekend too. Everybody, hope you guys all have a great weekend. Oh, Chris isn't streaming anymore. He's gaming instead. Oh well. I was hoping to catch him while he was streaming. Code development. Maybe Callow Creation. He just started streaming 24 minutes ago. Or someone else? I don't know. Would you guys rather see more coding or do you want to see non-coding stuff? How about Lana Lux? Is she streaming right now? I may look at my own livecoders.dev and see. She is streaming. How long has she been going for? I can't see. I'll click it and see. Gotta click there. All right, here we go. Can't see how long she's been streaming. Looks like she's still going strong though. Looks like she's not doing coding, but she's doing 3D models. 3D model artwork and stuff. Want to see coding? Let's see. There's sushi codes. I've never seen sushi codes. Movement controls in the game. Maybe we'll raid sushi codes. Never raided sushi codes before. Looks like it's two people working. Oh, I think I have seen them before. Two people working together on a game. This will be fun. So this is someone else in the same streaming team that I'm in, called livecoders.dev. So Lana Lux is in there too. So if you prefer to see 3D modeling, I'd recommend Lana Lux. But if we want to see coding, I think I'm going to raid sushi codes instead. So this is the link. If the raid doesn't bring you over there. I've never raided them before, but I've watched their stream once or twice. They're working on some game dev and a mix of coding and graphics. It looks like it's in... I can't tell. Unity. It's in Unity. All right. Good enough for me. So let me hit the raid button. Sushi codes, here we go. Starting the raid. So, my outro, try to keep it simple. Try to say, thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a great weekend. I should be back on Monday. And I hope you enjoy Sushi Coast. So take it easy. Bye.